And welcome back again to another episode of Thought Riot Podcast. Huh?
Sorry, I interrupted. It feels so. I started smiling, and it just feels really awkward.
It is awkward. It's
Audio listeners,
awkward.
I'm wearing vampire teeth right now because we're dressing up for Halloween, just for some fun for everybody.
Yes.
And I don't know. I just felt really strange for a minute.
I think it was really strange for a minute.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
But welcome to the show for... Wait, what is this? This is episode 14. So just to let everybody know, we renumbered the episodes, okay?
Yep.
So 1 through 13 will have our actual number, but since we kind of changed how we are doing things, and I know I've given this explanation before where we were more of a variety podcast and we were only partially covering true crime, we have since changed and we are full-time true crime, so we just thought it would be better to dive in head first.
I like that. I like that, like, full-time true crime.
Yeah,
like
full-time
rhymes.
true
it sounds
crime.
Cool.
Absolutely. So, welcome to the show. We are super happy you're here. We will go through the important stuff first. Oh, I almost forgot the podcast AXIOM. So we commit to honest, intelligent, unscripted, and interesting conversations, bringing information we get and following it to wherever it leads, holding nothing back, and sharing brutal honesty the entire time. We censor nothing.
And talk about everything.
Woo, spirit fingers.
And you wonder why everyone thinks we're cheesy. You're dressed as a Ninja Turtle doing spirit fingers.
Hey, everyone, when we were on the True Crime Talk Show, everyone was like, yeah, Ninja Turtle, so I went Ninja Turtle. It's here by popular demand, all right? You guys wanted to see Ninja Turtle, so I'm a Ninja Turtle.
Even though we got called cheesy, everyone did seem to really like the Halloween costumes.
I know, they did. You know what was super funny, too? Is multiple people just thought I was dressed in normal clothes. As Waldo. They were like, I didn't even realize you guys were dressed in costumes. I looked at Brendan and just thought he was, like, trying to be edgy or a new style or something like that. And then I realized Malia was dressed as a witch, and I saw the hat, and I was like, oh, gosh. I must dress really crazy and not even realize it.
Yeah, you dress a little eccentric.
Yeah, you know. I am dressed as a Ninja Turtle.
Yeah.
But, so yeah, welcome to the show. Make sure you do all the podcast things. We like when you like. We love when you love. We want you to comment, give us your input, and 5 stars.
Yeah, give us a rating on those podcast platforms. It really helps out.
Yes, it does. And if you're not subscribed, subscribe. We have a super easy button in the bottom lower right-hand corner on YouTube where the majority of our followers are at. So...
On the video, like the actual video now.
On the actual video, we were able to figure that out, and that's pretty nice. That's pretty cool. But we have a good show tonight, and we'll get right into our weekly True Crime Spotlight. So last week, we were able to do Harsh Reality, and this week, I'm super excited to do Truth and Transparency. Yeah, background music.
Right?
But, so I guess I'll go first this time. So with as busy as Lana is, she wasn't able to get back with a comment, but she wanted to. Like, we were communicating back and forth, but she has a lot going on, and she's, like, really close to closing multiple cases right now, or working on closing them, assuming, you know, she's talking to the right people and all that stuff.
We can always insert her statement on the screen after the fact, and you guys can just read it on the screen.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, so I love her content, and one case that we covered some weeks ago, the Dr. Moore case, she has like dug her teeth into that. Like, it is incredible the amount of details that are coming out of her show. She is mainly a live streamer, so she hops on there, walks you through the case, kind of what she's doing, how she's doing it, what connection she's made. I would say that we have more of like a corporate type feel, and she gets a lot more personal with her viewers and stuff, and I appreciate that too. Like we said, all the time. We love all content creators, and I like being able to go to a different content creator's channel and getting a different feel, you know, and it's like a more personal feel, like you're there talking and walking through stuff with her, you know.
It's a good vibe for
it is absolutely. So I'm super happy to be able to do our second spotlight and give it to Truth and Transparency, and just keep being a rock star and doing what you're doing. One thing that stood out to me literally from the first time that I watched her content was there are people out there that are really intuitive, and I've been told I'm one of those people too, but just like somebody can look at a puzzle that's completely messed up and undone, and they can see it complete, you know what I mean? And I feel like she's one of those people where she can look at a case and see what it should be, and at least have intuition on what parts to dig after, go after, or seek, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think she is intuitive, and I think she's done an incredible job digging into the Dr. Moore case and Kohberger. I've learned a lot from her channel, and a lot of it, like, she'll give you the receipts. She doesn't say, "Oh, I have this," and not give receipts. Like, she shows the receipts. Yeah. Which I really appreciate.
For sure.
But I also like how real she is. Like, you know,
absolutely.
She's very personal on her channel, and yeah, like I said, it's a good time over there. And I know we have a lot of viewers who also really love her. So
yeah, absolutely.
They were shouting her out from day one. They're like, "You gotta see Truth and Transparency."
I know it. Well, you know, one thing that I want to do, and I know we've talked about this, so if you're listening, Lana, I would love to do like a courtroom style debate with you. I just think that Lana's energy can match mine real easy, you know, and the similar level of being bought in, and the way that you present and communicate and talk and things like that. I just think it could be a good time. And I know that she did one with Drunk Turkey Show, which was really good. I just also, I love debating. So, you know, I just saw that and I was like, dang, I wish that was me, you know, so.
Yeah, since the beginning of the channel, he's wanted to start debates.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we appreciate you being a content creator, and we are super stoked to be able to give you the spotlight this week. So like I said, just keep doing what you're doing. You're amazing. Yeah,
and for everyone out there, she's Truth and Transparency on YouTube. And go check her out. We'll post her socials and everything else.
Yeah, I should have said that for the audio listeners. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. I have to make sure my tooth isn't falling off.
I
think it's falling off.
Is it?
I don't know.
Moving right along here. So we are digging right into the breaking news topics, right? Did I miss anything?
No. Let's
breaking
go.
News topics, yes.
I'm waving my airplane director thingies. Let's
all
go.
Right.
Good to go.
This is a wild one, you guys. And anybody that has been in true crime, I feel like you could be in true crime for a week, or you could be in it for a decade. And most people know who this is, but Dee Dee Blanchard is getting out of prison.
Dee Dee, that's her mom.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. Gypsy Rose Blanchard
Dee Dee's
is
dead.
Getting out of prison, okay? She was part of a horrible murder that ended her mom, and they had a very unhealthy relationship together, as most of you know already, I'm sure, but I'm just telling the story in case we have somebody watching who doesn't know. But Dee Dee Blanchard was Gypsy Rose's mother, and they were dealing with Munchausen syndrome by proxy,
right?
And there was fakeness of illness going on, and they even it got so far where they had a house built for them for free. They were getting like all their groceries covered, all their medical stuff covered, and come to find out, Gypsy Rose wasn't sick.
Right, her mom was making her sick and making her take all these medications, even had her on a CPAP machine at night when she slept.
Yeah.
Like, had her shaved bald at all times, in a wheelchair. Like, this girl had no life up until being a teenager, and it was all to get a free ride, but also because of
the control.
Her illness, you know, Munchausen by proxy. I wonder if it can really be labeled as, like, a mental illness.
What else could it be? It has to be. I feel like
It just doesn't negate any responsibility, which in some cases a mental illness can kind of make you think, okay, well, maybe in this specific situation they were literally so out of their mind that this is what happened.
I mean, only some. Like, I feel like there's a few mental illnesses out there where, yes, like, the accountability isn't 100%
It's a little different. It varies a little.
Yeah, absolutely. But then you have people like me with ADHD, and like the way I look at it is it's up to me to get over it because I have total and complete understanding of any concepts and people.
It's a learning
disability,
like though, right? Not a mental illness.
It is, but I mean, it all affects the mind. So when people talk about learning disability, that ultimately affects mental illness. Now, I'm sure the medical classification is different, like you're saying, but when a lot of people look at these, they're intertwined in some way. You know what I mean? Of course, it's not like bipolar where you're talking about a chemical imbalance, but ADHD is like a lack of oxygen. So there are still physical aspects to the mental issues that are being caused to you. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so where that line gets drawn between learning disability and mental illness, I'm not sure. I'm not an expert in that area, but I know it has similar effects and things like that. So. Yeah. With my not so smart self on psychology or psychiatry.
So she's going to get out of jail?
Yeah. She just got approved to be paroled December 28th of 2023.
To be honest, I thought the last documentary I saw about her, she was about to get out on parole. Maybe that was denied. I thought she had a parole hearing already, but maybe it didn't happen.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's awesome. I mean, I honestly had a hard time completely faulting Gypsy in the murder of her mother.
Oh, gosh.
I had a hard time.
You probably should. You should watch documentaries again.
I have.
Oh, you did recently? Because for a while I felt that same way, and then I watched it again, and I feel like because there was such a long time between me watching it, when I watched again, I was like, oh man, there was actually like a lot of evidence, and she was totally complicit, and she was totally like the ringleader in getting him to end her, and that made me feel a little bit different.
Not me. I already knew all of that. So I have a hard time putting all the blame on her because the way she grew up. Like, you have a mother so controlling that you literally are not allowed to have a life. Like, she tried to have a life. She snuck around with that boy. She tried to do it in a way where it wasn't harming her mother. But her mother would not allow it. She literally tied her to the bed at one point.
Yeah, I know.
So it's like, at that point, you feel so trapped, and she doesn't know any other way, really, because this is the way she grew up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? She's like, it's either you or me at that point. Like, I either get to have a life, or I keep living under your control, and I don't. So the only way I feel like made sense to her, she had to be severely mentally ill growing up that way, too.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yes.
She lives in this very toxic situation that I had a hard time being like, yes, she's awful. She's a murderer. I do think she should have a chance at a life. And
I agree
with
a
lot of help and, you know, like guardrails.
I think where I would have felt better about the situation is if she went to a psychiatric prison, and she didn't. So
yeah, that's a problem in my opinion.
Yeah, it's going from trauma situation to trauma situation, where like the life that you did know on the outside was a super toxic, unhealthy one, and then you get this conviction, and then you go into a super toxic, unhealthy life in prison with criminals that a lot of them tell you that you go in with a high school basic understanding of crime and come out with a doctorate, or a bachelor's in crime. So I hope that in order to get paroled, and I don't have the details here, but I hope in order to be paroled, there's some sort of follow-up with psychiatric care.
I agree, 100%. There absolutely needs to be. And I believe that from some interviews and things that I saw, she was, like, working on herself quite a bit in prison, but I don't know how much psychiatric help she got. And I just don't understand why that wouldn't be the utmost importance. Maybe they did require it or something. I hope they did for parole.
Yeah, I hope so. But I thought it was interesting. I thought you guys should know. Bam. Let us know what you think.
Yeah. Okay, so Turtle Boy. Okay. The journalist and blogger who's been covering the Karen Read case extensively has been arrested. What?
Yeah, that was totally not planned.
Not at all. I was so shocked when I read that. They have him on 9 counts of witness intimidation.
I can't believe I did hear... I was watching some show, and I heard just the very ending where they were talking about Turtle Boy, and I remember hearing they were talking about messages that prove that he was intimidating someone, and to me, they didn't sound like intimidation.
So, October 11th, Wednesday, October 11th, he was... I couldn't find, it sounded like he was arrested that day and went to court that day. From the media sources I saw. I don't know if that's true, but I know he was in court October 11th, and that's when this news came out. That he had been arrested on these counts of witness intimidation. Now, the state's attorney, the prosecution... read off some statements from his blog and messages and various things that they are saying the evidence that he intimidated witnesses.
Okay. So there wasn't any text messages?
Some of them didn't sound terrible. Some of them did sound kind of terrible.
Okay.
I don't know that he should have been arrested though. I feel like there's so many people who send really threatening messages. And I didn't hear all of what they read. I only heard a couple clips of what they read. But it wasn't threatening people's lives or anything. It was more you better not show your face because people really don't like you at this point. That kind of thing. And it didn't sound great, to be honest. I think Turtle Boy is very passionate about the Karen Read case. I think he sees corruption in these people. And he's calling it out, and maybe he got too heated, and he made some mistakes. I don't know that he's warranted to receive all of this, but I need to know more before I make a sound decision on it and judgment. I need to see more evidence.
Yeah.
Because at first I was like, this is a travesty. This should not have happened. But then, after listening to it, I was like, I don't know. And I want to back him, and I really, really want to support him because I do think the Karen Read case is very flawed.
Yeah.
I do feel like there's a possibility of major corruption.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if it's major. When I hear major, I don't know if you guys are the same, but when I hear major, I think all levels of the justice system that area. We've seen this time and time again, where it only takes a couple people, and it looks massive, because of how the justice system machine works, where, there's one deviation here from the truth, and as you move forward, it just gets further and further and further away from reality, until it looks like everyone who who's involved in that justice system is now part of that, when that's not normally the case. Normally it's one or two people and everybody else is just trying to do their job.
Yeah, I think you're right in most instances. I think that's probably what it is in this case, to be honest. But here's the details. So 9 counts of witness intimidation, and the prosecution asked him to be held on $1,000 cash bail with a GPS monitor. So instead, the judge came back and said, no, he's going to be released on personal reconnaissance with several conditions. And those conditions were basically no interaction with anybody in the Karen Read case.
Okay.
Not by any form of communication, among other stipulations. But the judge left it very broad. And if he violates the order, he could go to jail for 90 days at least. He made a statement, like he came out of the courthouse afterwards and was like, they'll never, make me be silent or whatever. Yeah. And everybody was clapping, and he was wearing like a shirt, a Karen Read shirt. And he said, they will never shut me up. They will never, ever, ever stop me from reporting the truth about what happened to John O'Keefe, Kearney said. Reporting the news is not harassment. Asking questions is not harassment.
Donning a free Karen Read sweatshirt.
And I will not be intimidated. I will not be silenced. Thank you! This is the most pathetic thing I've ever seen. It's a sign of weakness what they're doing right now.
And he's due back in court December 5th for a pre-trial hearing.
Gosh, I need to do some research and read up on that, because I think you're right. The dedication, when you talk about the Karen Read case, you almost can't talk about it without hearing of Turtle Boy. And
yep.
It's probably a case that we need to touch on again, just because I covered it the first time and my ADHD got the best of me and I got some names mixed up and things like that. But the overall story was pretty much there. However, Turtle Boy's one person I would really like to get on the talk show, on our True Crime talk show, just to be able to let him talk openly about it and ask questions from both sides of the table simultaneously, because I think it was Crime TV or whatever that he was on. I forget which one he was on.
Court TV?
That he was, yeah, Court TV. I don't remember what program he was on, but the one I was watching, it was very slighted towards the justice system and really controlling his rants and where he wanted to take the conversation, which is fine. I get it. When we understand TV and how that works and everything, but I would have liked to hear where he would have taken that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So hopefully he gets everything cleared up, and I hope that's not true, that there was nothing being said with the intent of intimidation. So
I hope not either. That would be really unfortunate. I think we do have to be careful in these cases to not cross that line.
Yeah.
And he's absolutely right. Reporting the news and asking questions isn't harassment. But if you make comments that are threatening, or make people feel threatened, that's where you're starting to get into some muddy waters, and you could get into some trouble.
I agree with you.
But I do think, his attorneys are obviously arguing his First Amendment right. Mm-hmm. So yeah. I don't know. I'm somewhere in between at the moment. I want to support him. I really, really do. But I need to know more.
Yeah, I want to know more too, because I also feel like when you're a newscaster or media, even if you're small like us or whatever, there needs to be a certain level of good faith when you're acting. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, you're not media. You're not covering these things. You're just being a jerk. So, hopefully it all works out, though. I hope the best for anybody in any situation. And if something criminal happened, then accountability, our justice system will find it.
Hopefully.
Yeah, right. But let us know what you guys think. And I am super excited to cover this one. So, we've been talking about YNW Melly because it is such a polarizing case. Like, the details around it, the evidence, the cell phone coverage, which, as you guys know, if you've been watching for a while, that's kind of my area of expertise from working in that industry for, a decade and a half, and dealing directly with towers and kind of how that works. The YNW Melly case, they had him under 10 towers, literally 10 towers. So if you're on one of our streams, you're asking about, okay, well, it doesn't sound like cell phone coverage is reliable. Look at the YNW Melly case. That is totally reliable.
And it can be reliable.
It can, absolutely. There's a reason why the FBI prioritizes that. But what's important is it's reliable when you have multiple towers. You have to. If you don't have multiple, then you're not going to get that reliability. But we brought up in a breaking news last week that they were bringing up accusations against the prosecutor in supporting a potential investigator that was willing to lie and or cover up a faulty search warrant with YNW Melly's mother, where they got the phone and she said that the officer was being too rough, and the officer didn't wait until another officer was there, that it was their jurisdiction. So he should have been there with the officer in the jurisdiction of that other officer, and essentially the search was started before the jurisdictional officer was there. And then with multiple people in the room, that same officer that essentially broke the law asked the jurisdictional officer to lie for him, and then the prosecution, according to the defense, hid all this information. So they brought it forth to the judge, and that's where we saw the judge get super heated and asking the prosecution, like, okay, well, where is the lead prosecutor? What is going on here? This information directly affects her, and you're telling me she's not here? Just like super angry. Well, the prosecutor has been removed from the YNW Melly murder trial after defense accusations of withholding information. Bam. Crazy.
Yeah. I did not see it coming. Even though I knew there were major problems there with the prosecutor, I didn't see that coming. It's not normal.
It is not normal at all. And I think that this is a huge deal for the defense and YNW Melly, because through this whole case, the defense has essentially been suggesting little slights that the investigation hasn't been conducted right, that they've been judgmental towards Melly, trying to say, hey, you're a gang member because you wore this jacket, which is just, that's wild to me. I don't think we can lean on clothing unless you can show like very repetitive clothing after another, showing like, if you're from Los Angeles and you're a Crip, you're wearing blue and something that has LA on it. You know what I mean? Like, that's a very obvious sign of gang attire. Now, showing a picture of Melly in a raincoat, in my opinion, that seems like stretching, you know what I mean? Yeah. So the defense pointed that out as them just trying to manipulate things into their favor, and I think there is a good argument there. So, anyways,
I think they're right.
Yeah, I think so. But they got that prosecutor off. Now, the judge said, and I wouldn't expect anything less in this situation, the judge said, Broward Circuit Court Judge John Murphy granted the defense's motion to recuse prosecutor Kristen Bradley in an abundance of caution. The judge didn't find that Bradley's integrity had been compromised, but agreed that she couldn't serve as a prosecutor on the case if the defense was planning to call her as a witness regarding the credibility of one of the investigators. Now, what the real reason is, you'll never know, you know. Is it because the judge was looking at this and like, whoa, bad look, let's just wipe it clean and start over, you know, let's pretend like the first trial never happened and go from there? I don't know. Or is it really because the defense is going to be calling her as a witness, I don't know. But it's interesting all the same.
It could be that. It could be that they're going to call her as a witness, but it could also be... I think it could be both, is all I'm saying. I think it could be both. I don't think she has represented the state well at all. I think there's been multiple things that are very alarming that she's done.
Yeah. And
I think it was a good choice to boot her off. Now, I do think there could be underlying reasons that we will never know.
Yeah, there could be.
You know, the defense was also saying, just dismiss the case, Judge. Like, you know, like saying that they're at risk of trampling on double jeopardy and stuff like that, and talking about the prosecutors like misconduct and everything like that, and I don't think the judge is going to dismiss it.
No, I don't see that happening, and personally, I would be worried about the judge's integrity if he did just dismiss the case. Now, that's the defense's job to lean on that and try and get it dismissed.
Yeah.
I get it. You know, the defense, a lot of people get really caught up emotionally in cases looking at situations like this where they look at the defense and they're like, oh my God, how could they? You know, how could they be supporting and backing this potential criminal? Look at how they look and things like that. But like, one thing to remember is the defense has a job to do, only one, and their job isn't to do what the public wants them to do. They are there for their defendant, their client, you know, and they have a job to do, and that job is to show cracks in the case, continue to prove their innocence.
To cause reasonable doubt is
reasonable
what they're
doubt against what the state is claiming the defendant did.
They just need to cause reasonable doubt. That's their job, and uphold the defendant's rights to a fair trial, which I really don't like, and we're going to get into this more in a little bit in a Kohberger topic. I really, really don't like the whole idea that defense attorneys, like, how can you look yourself in the mirror, you know, defending this person? It's not about that. Somebody's got to do the job, and it's incredibly honorable that they do that job. Yep. Because if it weren't for them, we wouldn't be able to have a fair and just justice system.
Yes.
Like, come on.
I agree 100%.
What do you mean? How can they sleep at night or look at themselves in the mirror? They know they're doing, like, God's work. You know what I mean? They're doing something incredible every day with their life.
Well, and the reason why I was saying what I was saying, though, is because there's a few cases out there right now where character assassination has really been leaned on, and this is one of them. So it's not so simple in this case to just cause reasonable doubt in the story because of the character assassination that is coming along with it.
Yeah.
So it turns into a situation where the defense now has to prove their innocence instead of reasonable doubt in the state's case, you know? And unfortunately, this is one of those cases. So,
yeah.
But let me know what you guys think. Are you as blown away as I am with this? Because I was sitting here before this just trying to think, like, can I even think off the top of my head where I've seen this happen before ever? It is a huge deal to have a lead prosecutor removed from a case. It is a big deal.
Yeah.
So let me know what you guys think.
So, among other news and court trials going on today, major cases, we just saw Chad Daybell in a pre-trial hearing. Interesting. It was over Zoom, and it was really weird staring at his face the whole time. He just sat there like this the whole time.
Just blank-faced?
Yep.
Yeah.
Just like this. I don't know. It was really, really odd. Like, it just felt odd. But a major argument in this pretrial hearing, which I thought was interesting and what I wanted to focus on and talk about, is the fact that Chad Daybell wants cameras in the courtroom.
All right.
What? Lori Daybell's cameras got taken out, okay? The judge took them out.
Yeah.
That was
wasn't it because of how Lori was acting?
It was because of how the media was acting.
Okay, I thought
because in Idaho, they're real weird. They don't want you focusing on the defendant, and that's what the cameras were doing. They were misbehaving, okay?
Yeah.
According to the judge. And he has the same judge as Lori. And Lori didn't want the cameras. Neither the state or the defense wanted cameras in Lori's case. Nobody did.
This must be an ego trip, man, to think it could be some kind of huge national uproar and people want him free.
Like, does he want attention? Does he think the public's going to see an injustice? Like, because,
I don't know anybody fighting for them.
No. The public wants to see you publicly executed, okay?
Yes.
And I mean, I know that's harsh, but it's the truth. I haven't heard a single person arguing for this man's innocence or Lori's. Nobody.
When you come for kids, that's it. You have nobody on your side. Nobody.
And the evidence against them is like, hello.
Yeah, that's a given. That's a given. I mean, found on their property with damage that literally could have only been done by them. No one else was there. It's only one of two options, and more than likely it was both. So, yeah.
Right. And the brother, Lori's brother. But yeah, I found that really interesting that he wanted cameras. So the defense wants them. The prosecution in Chad's case does not.
Why? It's such an open and shut
Idaho,
case,
man. It's Idaho. I don't know what else to say. This judge didn't want cameras in Lori's. I don't know his feelings on this case, but the state definitely does not want cameras. But Chad's gunning for him. He wants them.
What? I hate this idea. So everybody goes back to the LA case. What I'm having an ADHD. OJ. Yeah, everyone goes back. All the judges go back to OJ. Okay, and that media could have been contained better if you set rules and regulations and an outline for media to follow. I don't think we would see all these issues.
No, and when they misbehave, you hold them in contempt, and then nobody will ever do it again.
Yeah, and it's so strange. I just had somebody comment that I think was they believe Kohberger is guilty based off what they were saying, but they responded saying, like, one, they were super offended, or at least saying they were like, oh my gosh, how could you wear costumes while you're covering such a tragic case? And they were totally just virtue signaling, you know. But they were saying that they don't understand how people don't see that in a court case, the general public isn't going to get this information. And while I was reading it, I was just sitting there thinking, that is the opposite of what our justice system is supposed to be like. We are literally judged by our peers, and it's not as simple as getting a card in the mail and being like, oh, jury duty, showing up with no idea what you're going to be there for, how long you're going to be there for, sitting in the jury box and then listening to the case and then judging it. It's not that simple anymore. Cell phones have happened, the internet has happened, computers have happened. It's just not that way anymore. And I feel like there's a lot of judges out there in a lot of states that are holding on to that like 1980s or before time of what court was.
Yeah, I think so.
It's
I think
strange.
They are too. It's really strange. You got to evolve with the times.
Yeah.
You really have to. And I do think the public has a right to see justice being served.
Agreed.
And I believe most people in America agree with that.
Yeah.
So why are there so many judges and prosecutors who don't want that?
Yeah. What's interesting to me is
what do you not want the public to see?
Exactly. That's what I go back to too, and I feel like the justice system just hasn't grasped that yet. Like, the corporate America has started changing and evolving over the last decade or 2 decades where, you know, everything is open and transparent and accountability, and it's not about having people in your company that make decisions and whether those decisions are good or not, because all decisions and outline of the position is created before that position even gets filled. And I feel like our justice system is supposed to be the same way, where if they're worried about being judged by the general public and population, they shouldn't be, because there are already laws in place where it's not them as a person making that decision. They're following what the law is, what the rules are, what the chain of custody is, what the evidence is, how it's handled, how it's managed, and all of those things.
Yeah.
Unless, for a long time, the justice system has known that there are situations where things have been stretched that shouldn't have, because that's where I go to. Like, okay, if they're so resistant of this, then there's got to be a long history of, like, things being stretched, holes being filled, loopholes being created. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It makes me nervous.
It makes me nervous, too. So, just a refresher, Chad is charged with the murder of his wife, Tammy Daybell, and the deaths of Lori's children, 7-year-old JJ and 16-year-old Tylee. He's also charged with conspiracy to commit murder in all 3 deaths, and also the deaths with JJ and Tylee. It's conspiracy. The conspiracy charge also includes conspiracy to commit grand theft by deception. So he's pleaded not guilty, and his next hearing will be November 29th. And it's going to heavily involve the cameras in the courtroom.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that turns out. I want to know what you guys think, though. Do you think, like, what are his motives, behind wanting cameras? Why wouldn't he just follow Lori in suit and not want cameras? You know, like, the defense, the state, and the judge didn't want them in her case. Maybe it's because of how mentally just psychotic she is.
I don't know.
But in his case, does he think that there's going to be some injustice revealed, like in other cases that are currently going on?
I don't know.
Is he watching the news in jail? Like, what's going on there?
Yeah, that's
what
I was thinking too.
Because I want cameras. I do want cameras.
Yep.
I'm just curious his motive for wanting cameras, because you would think it would be flipped on its head, where the prosecution would want cameras. Yep. Because they're serving the people, you and me, and they want us to see it, and the defense would not.
You would think, because it's such a clear-cut case, it should be open and shut, honestly. And
it's not how it works, though.
Apparently in this case, but the people have the prosecution's back in this case. The evidence is too good. There's nothing to question there. I mean, it's open and shut, honestly.
Yeah,
so I don't... No, that's what I was saying is, you know, there's a lot of people who believe, I mean, it's almost confirmed when you watch just some of the videos in the court case with Lori and Chad, but like, these are 2 very egotistical, self-centered people that I think, along that same line of thinking, that he could maybe be viewing himself as like some OJ or one of these other cases that are blowing up, and thinking that, oh, if I just had cameras, the people would see that I couldn't be guilty in a situation like this.
Your wife is already convicted. Okay,
Yeah.
like, you're not getting off no matter what. But I do want to know what you guys think his motives are. If you have any greater understanding, please key me in on it. Yes.
Share the knowledge.
Right.
So, last update for me here, and this is a good one, and I just want to give a shout out. So, Sleuthy Goosey, we've talked about her multiple times before, and just absolutely incredible. The amount of information and the details that she comes out with on Twitter, on her YouTube. You guys need to check her out here. But I got this directly from her Twitter page, and she posted 2 days ago. So this is an affidavit of Sergeant Randy Jones, correctional officer at Westville Correctional Facility, which is part of the Indiana Department of Correction, affirms and swears to the following. So, the Delphi case, right? This is one of the prison guards, correctional officers, that supposedly was wearing a patch, okay? So, this affidavit has 23 line items here, and I just want to pull out some of the important ones, which you guys, for video watchers, will see it on the screen. but it says, 1, that I am a correctional officer at Westville Correctional Facility. 2, that I have been assigned to WCU unit of Westville Correctional Facility since December 11th of 2022, currently assigned to B pod. 3, that I have been an acting supervisor in Pod A where the defendant is housed since late February, early March of 2023. 4, that I do not practice Odinism and that Norse paganism heathenry is my practicing religion. He said, and that Norse paganism heathenry is my practicing religion.
So he's an Odinist.
Dude, that is an oxymoron.
He didn't want to say Odinism. He didn't want to say it.
I do not practice Odinism, but I do practice Norse paganism heathenry.
That is like the technical definition of the religion. Odinism isn't.
Those are the same things.
They are pretty much.
Essentially what he's doing here, and we covered this in length here, you guys, the difference between Odinism and what is it? Asatruism.
It's actually a satru, I think.
Asatruism. And they all believe in the same gods. It's just Odinism is focused on Odin in a similar fashion to like Jesus for them, you know. They
kind of similar, yes.
They pray to Odin, ask for Odin's favor, things like that. And that style where it's, you know, focused solely on Odin as the main god is what is related to these crimes and racial factions and things like that. So but literally, like, if you're a Norse paganism heathenry, you believe in Odin, which would mean it makes sense why you're wearing a patch of Odinism. Wild. 5, that I do wear patches. This is important because you know how many people are out there right now saying this is all made up. This is fake. There is a ton.
It is
5
not made up.
And this is a statement, a sworn affidavit statement, okay, of the officer in question that the defense has said. 5, that I do wear patches on my uniform that identify me as someone who practices Norse paganism heathenry. That was just a mic drop I heard, I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. And it's not fake. Like, this is more proof to what we've been saying thus far. This is not fake.
Yeah.
This has been on the undergrounds of American society and other countries internationally for a while now, you guys. Like, since the 90s heavily, but technically since the 70s.
Yeah, but hang on. I know you're out there dusting off your tinfoil hats. Our belief is that it is not cult-related, that it is actually more gang-related. And because these gangs think that Odinism is focused on some kind of white culture religion where all these gods were white and they were there for white people and just all this.
You have to be white to get to Valhalla.
Right. All this made up stuff,
this
honestly.
Lineage, white supremacy lineage type crap.
Yeah. But because they believe that aligns with their gang ideals and connections with racism and gangs. That's why they practice this. So we are not saying that because these patches are there that there's some cult that is from edge to edge of the United States. No. You know what I mean? That it's more than likely a gang. You guys got to watch this video here because there's some good evidence.
And also, it's also important to say that not all Odinists or Asatruers or, heathens, anybody who practices this old Norse religion, not all of them are this. This is the minority. Is the racist, just terrible people that are in gangs and stuff. That's the minority of the people who practice this religion, but it is on the rise. It is a problem. But there are
in the same way gangs are.
Right. There are very peaceful Asatruers and Odinists and heathens that do not identify with this ideology whatsoever, that is in gangs like the Vinlanders and stuff.
Yeah. I wonder if this is one of the officers that was wearing the patch that said, "I hate people."
Yeah,
right?
and in Odin we trust or something like that.
Yep. And those were some of the patches that were being worn.
We'll post pictures,
Yeah, in Odin I trust and I hate people. And then it goes on to say that I started wearing the patches 6 or 7 months ago. Convenient time. And I did not stop wearing my patches until September 22nd of 2023. So just
That's
to be clear,
also
you
super
guys.
convenient timing.
Just to be clear, because the way that this is worded is very important. It says that I have been an acting supervisor in a pod where the defendant is housed since late February and early March, okay? And then the next line, it says that I started wearing the patches 6 or 7 months ago. Now, when you do the math, that is the same time. Meaning, this person started wearing these patches when they became the acting supervisor in Pod A, where the defendant is housed.
Boom.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's
very
interesting.
sus to us.
Yes, absolutely. But I just wanted to share this. There's a bunch of other lines in here. I'll put it in the description. It just goes through comments like that that the patches do not represent racism or hatred, even though one of them says I hate people, that I am not a part of a cult, that I am not a part of a radical hate group. The patches show my dedication to my faith and my country.
Right,
okay?
the Volk's not along with an Odin we trust with an American flag.
Yep.
Okay.
And then he goes on to say that I have never had a one-on-one conversation with the defendant about Odinism, that I have never had a one-on-one conversation with the defendant where I tried to influence him.
Hope that's true, man, because you're about to be dug into real hard.
I hope so, too. And,
I mean, he better be, or
yeah.
else I'm literally going to drive my butt down to Delphi and protest on their courthouse steps.
right?
And in front of their prison where they're keeping Richard Allen.
It just... Look, I just want to be very clear, because in our coverage of stories, I don't want anyone to feel like we're biased and trying to push a story, because we're not. A lot of times we have different opinions. I don't know if Richard Allen is innocent. I don't either. I probably wouldn't go down there and protest just because I need to see all the evidence, and I don't know. But
that's not why I'd be protesting.
One thing I do know is that the things that are being said by the defense have at least visual confirmation backing that we could verify ourselves, that the bodies were laid out in the shape of a V, and V is very important letter for Vinlanders or Odinists that are a part of racist groups, and that those sticks line up with certain hand signs of the gang and things like that. Like, it lines up, you guys, and all we're trying to do is connect dots. Now, could Richard Allen be a part of that because it is heavily invested with businesses and people in power? Absolutely he could. We just want to know what the truth is.
Right. I have no buy-in, just like in the Kohberger case, no buy-in to guilt or innocence of Richard Allen or Bryan Kohberger. I want the truth. I want this to be heavily investigated, because if it is all BS, that's important. It's important to disprove it so that we can go forward with, like, our consciences not clouded by feeling like, oh, there's this other theory that this very well could be, and convicting this man and sentencing him to life or whatever, knowing that there's another explanation that's plausible.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like this needs to be debunked, because so far I've found enough evidence that I have literally no idea what happened in this case, but I know that Vinlander theory is plausible. Yeah. There's enough behind it that it could be true.
Yep. Things line up in that area. So, but I want to know what you guys think. How do you feel about this? I'll probably post this on the Delphi Reddit, and we'll probably get a lot of hate like we normally do because people on Reddit notoriously have closed minds. Not all of them, but a lot of them when it comes to like Idaho4 and stuff like that.
That's really weird because I thought Reddit was like the place
You would think, but there's like two main groups out there. You have one called Idaho4 where I will post our videos, like the GPS data one, and what's funny is people aren't even willing to talk about it. The first one I posted with the cell data, there were people saying, "Oh no, it's GPS. You don't know what you're talking about. Cell data doesn't mean anything because they have GPS." And I responded to them, and that's why I did the GPS one. That, and also our viewers also brought up those questions too, which they're valid questions. I'm not saying they aren't. But for people on Reddit coming out and saying, "No, the cell phone triangulation doesn't matter," that's just not true. That's just a lack of experience, which there's no reason for people out there to have the knowledge about cell phone triangulation or GPS if it doesn't affect your life. I wouldn't expect anybody to. And it did affect my life. It was my career, so that's why I have that knowledge. But with the GPS one, it just got taken down on the Idaho4. And then there was only one person that responded was like, "How dare you change your thumbs? You shouldn't be lying," or whatever. This one person that just didn't know what they were talking about, but yeah.
Yeah, and I want to say we're wearing costumes because we have fun wearing them and we want to have fun with our viewers. I don't know why anybody would ever think that's like making a mockery of a case.
Yeah, no, that's just
so
virtue.
absurd.
That's just virtue signaling because we're talking about some of the most heinous things that humankind has ever had to deal with, and there is no reason why we can't let our personality show while we're talking about these things. It does not hold back or cause issues of the mind when it comes to critical thinking. I can think all the same with this on as if I was naked or wearing normal clothes. Like, it's all the same, you guys.
We're not over here having a party. Like, we're sitting here in costumes because we like to dress up. We want to have fun with you guys.
Yeah.
And it's enjoyable. I don't know. Like, it's so odd to me that it's like everyone
I think it's about them.
True crime, I don't know, YouTubers, reporters have to be like Nancy Grace or Vinny from Court TV. Like, we have to be here.
Having the worst day of your life every day.
Right.
Yeah.
Literally having to be super ultra professional, monotoned. You cannot smile. You cannot have fun. You have to act like this is so heinous and awful. Like,
yeah,
it is awful.
It
but
is.
Does that mean we have to be negative?
No.
And personalityless?
Yeah.
And
I don't
condemn
understand it
everybody? Like, it's just really odd to me.
It is.
We can be positive and talk about these, and honestly, that's the best way, in my opinion. Like, Bailey Sarian's Murder Makeup Mystery Monday.
Agreed.
Love it, because her personality shines through.
Yep.
The whole time.
Yeah.
It's incredible. It's one of the best series I've ever watched on YouTube.
Yep.
But anyway, that's my little rant.
Yeah. But let us know what you think.
I'm allowed to wear Halloween costumes.
Yep.
Even though I'm an adult.
Yep.
Okay. So, Carly Russell. Did your feathers... What is that called? Oh my gosh. I
don't know.
Brian,
Fray?
Did your feathers get in a bunch? What is that called? Oh my gosh, I totally had like an ADHD moment there.
Did your bum flutter?
I just forgot everything. All right. Back to seriousness. Anyway, that just will send tingles down people's spine. Like, there's so much hate for her in this world.
Yeah, I mean, dude, come on.
And I know why. It's justified. Believe me, I believe it's justified. But she just had her first court hearing, and it was in municipal court. I feel like there was some confusion on the internet about what that means. It's like, think of traffic court, okay? A little more serious than that. It's like you go in, you have your attorney or, state appointed attorney in some cases, but she has 3 attorneys, okay, on payroll, thanks to her parents' money.
Yeah.
And they will either you plead guilty or not guilty. If you are going to plead guilty, sometimes they offer a plea bargain and you're like in and out, done. Mm-hmm. That's essentially what it is. So in this case, she appealed to the circuit court, which means she's going up. She wants a jury trial.
Yeah, so you go in there and just plead your innocence or guilt or whatever. So she must have went in there and pleaded innocent.
Yes.
So then they're moving it to an actual courtroom.
Right.
Yeah.
She pled innocent, and it's going to move up to a circuit court, and she's going to have a jury trial. So the judge in this case, like, there was no evidence stated or anything really. You know, I did see JLR was out there boots on the ground, which JLR has good boots on the ground coverage. I will give him that. Mm-hmm. He was out there shouting at, like, her and her parents, like, trying to get them to answer questions. And it was just kind of funny. But he did take a picture of her that almost made her look like she was pregnant, which was weird. Like, she kind of had a belly. Interesting. I'm kind of wondering what she's doing in hiding at this point. I really hope she doesn't get found guilty and be pregnant. Like, that would be sad. But I don't think she's going to do any jail time. I don't think there's going to be any.
I hope she does.
So, get this. The restitution. And the judge said he's going with the prosecution's recommendation because she appealed to a circuit court. Like, because she's going to jury. He went along with their recommendation and assigned that if she gets charged, she will get 6 months on each charge. Okay. And restitution of $17,974.
Good.
What? 17,000? Like, it's basically 18,000 if you round it up.
Yeah, that's better than what it previously was. I will take that.
What it previously was?
Yeah, which was nothing. We were told by the police officer who made the statement that he's going to appeal to the judge and do everything he can to try and have her pay some of that money back, but they haven't seen anything in the past where that's happened. So this is that.
I thought it would be more than that, based off of all the law enforcement and everything.
Not with time. It would be one or the other.
See, there's some discrepancy in the time. Like I see people saying 120 days, 180 days. I don't know why there's that discrepancy. JLR was in the courtroom and he claimed that the judge said 6 months for each charge, which she is charged with misdemeanor counts of false reporting to law enforcement authorities, and falsely reporting an incident. So why would she even take this to a trial? Why wouldn't she just get a plea deal and get it expunged and pay it out?
Because they're not willing to plea. Guaranteed. The police are pissed. They're super mad. They were the ones affected by this. If I was the police, I would be reaching out to the state prosecutor and saying, no plea. Go hard, bro.
I'm pretty sure they did offer her a plea deal.
What?
It's not 100% confirmed, but there was rumors that in the courtroom they pulled her mother aside and there were some conversations, and her mom was like, no.
They didn't offer it. Guaranteed. No way, dude.
You don't think so?
No. Why?
I don't know, but, I don't know, man. But I just felt like $18,000 wasn't much.
Yeah?
It wasn't much compared to how much she cost her entire community and national, like, law enforcement agencies.
Yeah.
It's kind of wild, honestly. But, I don't know. I want to know the why. I want to know why she did it. That's my question in the end.
Not with her going to court.
If it goes to trial, absolutely we might know why.
No. They don't ask you why. They're there to either prove that you did something or not. They don't put you on a stand and say, why did you do that? And if they do, they don't self-incriminate. That never happens. The only time you get a why is normally when you have a serial ender who wants the credit. Otherwise, it's not very smart to be like, yeah, this is why I did it.
Yeah,
unless you're trying to get a reduced sentence somehow, and maybe it's sentencing, okay? So I take that back. At sentencing, there are a lot of times where people say why.
Yeah, you're right. So I do think that it's really easy for everybody to get up in their feelings about Carly not addressing the public and apologizing because of all the people that came out to hunt for her and search for her. But, like, I don't know. I guess in my mind, misdemeanor charges aren't much. Like, I'm like, move on with your life. Pay the money. You know, that's what I would do, if I'm being honest. But I would never do what she did to begin with. But it's easy for people to get up in their feelings. Like, why is she not apologizing to the public? Like, that's so messed up that her and her family went out here and did this, and they're not apologizing. They're doing what's smart and in the best interest for their family, and they're listening to their lawyers. So I don't fault them for not addressing the public personally, because, I mean, people make mistakes all the time. And while this was like a major, major mistake, and clearly she needs to be held accountable, which she is being held accountable, okay? She absolutely is.
I mean,
her life, not even just by the justice system, her life is done. Everybody knows this woman's face.
Yeah.
She's not hiding from the public. She's going to have a hard time getting into jobs, universities, anything, okay?
True.
She is going to be held accountable, if not by the justice system, then by karma, okay?
Yeah.
And the public. So I understand why they're not saying anything, and I don't really fault them for that. You know, it'll all come out in the wash at the end of the day, and I trust that she will be held accountable in numerous ways.
Yeah.
So, yep, I'm just waiting to see how this turns out with a trial on. I was just kind of surprised that it was going to go to trial. I don't know.
I'm kind of surprised too, but hey, you know, it is what it is, and she just upped the stakes of her own game to try and get it thrown out, and now she's looking at jail time, so.
Yep, she is.
But
yep.
Let us know what you think.
Anybody who has followed the Kohberger case most likely has heard all the rumblings on the internet about the new Howard Blum article, okay? It is part of his series, The Eyes of a Killer, on Airmail, and this is part 6. This, we read through on a live, we read excerpts from it and such. You know, we went into the details of what he talks a lot about Kaylee and who she was, and, you know, how she was interested in true crime. And then it goes into Steve's, investigation early on in the case.
Yeah.
And cites a grand jury leak. Okay, says he got these from text messages. All this information that he didn't speak to Steve himself. He states that clearly. He didn't talk to Steve, but he got these from texts from somebody close to Steve. And talks about how Steve got information about Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk texting each other while the crime was happening, why the murders were happening. That they were up texting, and he got this from a leak from a grand juror, 2 grand jurors to be exact, that he had communications with them. Whoa, right?
Yeah.
Big deal, right?
Huge.
Implications that could not be so great, right? Could affect Kohberger's case, which obviously nobody wants. Nobody wants that.
No.
Even if you believe Kohberger's innocent, that is not a good look. That's not a good thing. Regardless, you don't want those kind of things happening. It taints the justice system. And I would agree that leaks are a problem. But I thought Nancy Grace, okay, and I want to talk about her real quick, then we'll talk about some of the family statements and stuff. She took it a bit too far, in my opinion.
When does she not?
So it was yesterday she posted a video. I saw it on YouTube. And she went into detail about, many things like the Amazon Click data, Stingray's navigation system in the Hyundai Elantra, saying that
Nancy Grace talked about stingrays?
Yeah.
What?
How they can just drive by and get all your information from this remote.
Was she watching our video? No one's been talking about stingrays. I've never seen a single video once.
She literally mentioned it for a split second and talked about Alexa's getting hacked. And she has friends who think that they're being listened to by the government that are really intelligent. We said that on one of our lives
too about the Alexas being hacked.
Well, she said,
"Hey, Nancy Grace."
Right? What's up, dude?
Yep.
So she says she has very intelligent friends who swear they're being listened to and got rid of Alexa.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying everyone should do.
So
it's an open link. Anyone driving by can drive by and literally get into your Alexa that quick. Bam.
I mean, people who know what they're doing.
Basic level hacking.
Okay.
Like you could Google it.
All right, we don't have to get into Alexas, okay?
Ugh.
So she mentions that. She mentions the click data from Amazon and makes the statement that we know for a fact Kohberger bought the knife and knife sheath off Amazon. And
I hope so.
And
I do.
Talks about browsing history and says that Chris McDonough from the interview room, which I do like him, says your clicks reveal your thoughts, feeling, and emotions.
Not true.
She also said she finds it extremely hard to believe that Dylan and Bethany were texting, and that leaks are a huge problem, and that the state has no duty to the people, internet sleuths, anybody, to give us the facts. They are not duty-bound to give that to us, which, okay, all right, I guess.
Yeah, that's just opinion. That's an opinionated statement.
She also had this guy named Lee Reber, who's supposedly an expert, and says that Hyundai Elantras have a navigation system going back to 2011, that even if you don't have your GPS turned on, that it's still tracking you.
No, it's not.
And it can track how fast you're going, when your door's open, when your door's shut, all of this information. Now, I do want to mention, in the Suzanne Morphew case, when Barry was charged and they had all this evidence, they used that on his truck.
On his $70,000 truck.
It was also thrown out, though.
But that's important. His $70,000 truck, not a $7,000 like new Elantra. There's a very big difference.
I think we need to do a deep dive into that system and what it looks like in his year, make, model of car.
Yeah, because
I've already looked to do that.
I've already looked into it, and it is 100% the black box. And and I've had a Kia before a long time ago that had a very, 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 very similar system where it only pops up and lets you know when you get into an accident or it notices something's going on. It has like a really intelligent dial in there that when it jolts, it starts recording some of these things like speed and whatnot. But we can go into a deep dive of that.
So, now, okay. Just getting all that out there. This is the, general things that she was talking about. Now, she's heavily biased. We all know that. But she makes a statement that really bothers me, okay? She starts talking about the alibi, okay? That he takes lone night drives, at night, how convenient that is. And, her expert weighs in, it's so weak. There's no witnesses, like super convenient for him. It is. But then she says, I don't fault Ann Taylor for that alibi. I fault her for even representing him. How can you look yourself in the face?
Oh, that's
the
rough.
evidence is incriminating. Like, it's so incriminating. How could you do that? How could you defend this man?
The alibi that the defense attorney, Ann Taylor, and I'm not faulting her for this. I fault her for even representing him. How can you look at yourself in the face and based on what we know so far, and yes, I know he's not convicted yet, what we know so far, the evidence is incriminating. I mean, how do you stand in front of a jury and say all that is a lie? I don't know. But that said,
I'm sorry, but that really just rubbed me wrong. You are a former prosecutor, and I get that's the other side of the coin, but you should know how incredibly important her job is.
Yeah.
And for you to put that down, like, how dare she? How can she live with herself at the end of the day? Disgusting.
Yeah, but let's be real here.
She's so biased.
Let's be real here. It's all an act. We don't know what she actually believes. I do not believe that what we're seeing on TV is who she is. Absolutely
I hope not. I hope that you're a real teddy bear on the inside, Nancy Grace, but that was some raw, messed up...
Yeah, and the fact that she was a prosecutor proves that she doesn't believe it.
She grandstands,
you cannot
sure.
be a part of the justice system and not understand how hard an attorney's job is, everything they have to go through, all the hoops they have to jump through, and then look at Ann Taylor's job with a country that is essentially cut right down the middle of people who think that he's innocent or could be innocent, people that think that he's guilty or could be guilty, and then probably a large population that doesn't know how they feel too, like myself. I just have big red flags, big questions, want things answered, but and not look at Ann Taylor and see how tough that job is, because it's a tough job. And let's be real here. There are pieces of evidence, if they're presented how they currently stand, that look really bad and are a big problem. And I know that the true crime community, especially some of the people that we watch, will look at that evidence and very quickly be like, oh, that's just ridiculous. I can't believe that's not concrete. That's not strong. But look, in the grand scheme of things, they have a lot of explaining to do.
Yeah.
They have a lot. And there could be things that could pop up that get DNA completely thrown out, because they aren't willing to give or get the chain of custody or understand where the sheath has gone, things like that. Or the cell phone data, because there's not enough coverage for it to be reliable and have a baseline. Like, there's a lot of ways to get a lot of this stuff thrown out. But Ann Taylor still has a really steep hill to climb ahead of her.
She does.
Yeah.
She absolutely does.
And that's messed up.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't like how biased she is when it comes to this case. And, I mean, I hope she doesn't really believe that about criminal defense attorneys.
Yeah.
Because that's pretty terrible, in my opinion. But getting into the family's response to this Howard Blum article, okay? They allege some things that could seriously cause some problems, okay? There's a point where, Steve supposedly was on the heels of this witness he was going to talk to. Then the FBI came in and was like, nope. And you're going to feel the full extent of the law if you pursue this any further. You need to back off, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
So there's several things in here that don't look great on Steve, but I don't blame him at all, because I feel like I would have done 10 times worse personally if it was my child. So, I mean, no fault on him at all. Even if any of this is true, no fault on him. In my personal opinion.
Look, if I would have had
he's a grieving father.
If I would have had that information, I personally would not have been able to wait even an hour. So, like, if I found out that there could be an eyewitness and somebody gave me the name, like I put it together and figured out the name, it could be 1 a.m. in the morning and I'm going, and no one's going to stop me.
Agreed.
It's not going to happen, There wouldn't have been enough time for the FBI to hear through the grapevines that, no way has he heard about this witness, It would have been done already.
Yeah, agreed. Me too. So, the statement they released, basically said it's common for people to try to make money off the dead in these situations. It's a free world. People can say whatever they want. Most of the time, my family and I just ignore, the chatter, but they have to draw a line. I was recently sent the Blum article describing Kaylee, apparently quoting me, completely making up a fictional story about the FBI letters, so they're saying it's all fake, and that Mr. Blum used these murders to get back in the spotlight, appearing on an NBC show as well as the book he's writing. He's reached out several times to the family through their attorney, and they have denied him every time, made it super clear they do not want to speak to him, and that they have not spoken to him. In this article, he writes as if he were Mr. Goncalves and has gone through the tragedy of having a murdered daughter, and what he has experienced and is still experiencing. So writing it as if he's him, which that's kind of his job as an author, is to really make the reader feel the emotion. So, I mean, I understand their point of view, though. I totally do.
I was going to say, I understand their point of view. I look at this situation and I don't see anything wrong other than, in my opinion, the one thing, and I feel like I've been honest about this, I understand where everyone's coming from, and we always take the point that everything should be allowed to be talked about. Everything. There's no such thing as an off topic. What becomes the problem is the presentation. Most people can't talk about every topic in a respectful, calm, intelligent, adult-like way, and that's the issue, not the topic. But where I think he went wrong is, in my opinion, he could have told that whole story with leaving Steve's name out of it. I think that was wrong. I personally, every single detail could have been written without essentially saying, hey, Steve's breaking the law, and it could even be a felony. I don't remember how bad of a charge it could be, but I think that was a little bit wrong of him.
Yeah, I think it was crossing a line.
Yeah.
I do think it was. But they said it was nothing more than a poor attempt at getting attention, and that this is clearly fiction, written in poor taste. The Goncalves family would ask that everyone please respect the victims of this tragedy and continue to support trustworthy journalism. So that was the first statement.
Mean? Obviously, they're talking about us, but I wonder who they think is untrustworthy.
Well, clearly they think Blum is untrustworthy.
You know what's super funny, especially on Reddit, is I do not have a committed belief that Kohberger is innocent, and people that are super Kohberger is guilty despise our videos. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't get it. I've never once been Kohberger's innocent. Kohberger's innocent. I don't know, because there is too much unknown. But I am going to question the evidence like I do in any case. We did it with the YOUTUBE-4, except that evidence is so incredible. But we did question it and look into it. It was just very rock solid. So with this evidence, it is not so rock solid.
No, people don't some people just can't handle the questioning of law enforcement. There's just some people that have some kind of personal bias where if you question, you're a problem and you're like a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for them, man. Because critical thinking is super fun. I enjoy it, and it helps me learn a lot.
It's literally so important, but that's just me, I guess.
It is.
So, yesterday, they released another statement, but this time, instead of it going to media, through their attorney, they released it on their Facebook page. Their family, the Goncalves family page. Go leave some love to them. It was recently a bunch of the family's birthdays, bam, bam, bam in a row. I look at their page from time to time, and it's really cool, honestly, seeing pictures of Kaylee growing up and fun vacations they had. It's kind of it's nice. It's nice.
Yeah,
But they said that they long debated saying anything about the recent events here because they tried to maintain a positive and safe space. Given how much support we have here, we felt it was needed to ask for help. We recently were made aware of some messages claiming to have fabricated texts from Steve, as well as trying to incite others to spread lies. While we understand the internet is a big place and people are free to say whatever they would like, we personally feel a line was crossed and we'd like to pursue further action. If anyone knows any more about these screenshots, knows who created them, what they said, etc., and would feel comfortable sharing with us, we would be extremely appreciative. Everyone has the right to their own opinion, but lives, careers, relationships, etc. can be ruined over maliciously spreading false information for no reason other than to be hateful. Yeah. Now, these messages are super sus. and I suspect fake, which I have heard many people, like I post in Discord, viewers think it's fake that I've spoken to. You looked at them right away and like, these are fake. Like, what? I don't know where they got these, you guys. Like, I have zero idea where they obtained these screenshots of these text messages from.
I think we should clarify what fake means. So just based on the words, it sounds like it could be someone like trying to mess with someone based on like how the texts are set up is what we mean by fake. Not that the pictures itself is fake.
No, it looks like somebody orchestrated it. Like, hey, text me this, to set
Blum up, maybe, or Blum up. Blum.
Okay, so these are what the texts say, okay? I'll read it in order, the first one and then the second one. So, OMG, Steve G is denying talking to Blum, but that's a distraction. Blum never said he spoke to him. He kept referring to messages he sent to others. I'm going to spread as many rumors about Steve G as I can. Will you help me? Then the person, okay, this is supposedly coming from Macy May to I don't know who, but that's what the contact says, is Macy May. Then the person responds, no, why would I help you spread rumors about a victim's family? Then, okay, if you're an iPhone user, which if you're not, and you're an Android user, let me explain this to you. Next, there is a reply bubble. So you can long press a text message, press reply, and then it'll create this little like line connecting your reply so you know exactly what that person is talking about. So that's what we see, is this little reply bubble. Like someone replied to a message, but then directly under it says, Macy May unsent a message. Macy May unsent a message. So clearly Macy May responded to this text, okay, which this text would have been above what we just read. It would have been above it. And because it's in blue and on the right, that means that the unknown person, not Macy May, the person who's receiving these messages from Macy May, sent this. They sent this message, and then Macy May, who was supposedly the villain in this situation, replied to it, deleted the messages, and then they repeat the message. So this is what it says in the reply bubble. We made a bunch of fake screenshots pretending they were from Steve and sent them to that genius Blum who helped spread, and that's it, because we can't see the rest of the message. So we see that reply bubble, meaning that the receiver of Macy May's messages, who we don't know the identity of, sent it beforehand. And then Macy May, after they delete some messages underneath that they replied to, they then repeat it. Okay? Exactly what that text says. They say, we need to shut him down. We made a bunch of fake screenshots pretending they were from Steve and sent them to that genius Blum who helped spread our agenda. Literally, this person said, this is what you say. Then Macy May copied and pasted it and sent it to this person. It's fabricated. It's fake. And then the sender says, or the receiver, the person we don't know, that is so wrong. Why are you doing this? ? And that's it. So clearly it was set up, okay? Somebody set up these messages.
It's like Dr. Evil.
If anybody has a clue who did that, for sure let the Goncalves family know.
Yeah.
But that makes me really question if these people were involved in all, or if they're just trying to drum up drama.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no clue. I think it's ridiculous. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it. It's just crazy. When I'm reading that, I'm sitting here thinking too, like, one, why would that person send that negative text to that person anyways? Clearly, the person on the other end isn't receptive to that. If we're believing this was a conversation, so why would they send it to him? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, ha 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 ha, I did this thing, and you send it to somebody that you know is not going to be receptive to that.
It's also the tone.
It doesn't make sense.
Right, and also the tone is like this supervillain, like, wah, this was my evil plan. And then the person's like, oh my gosh, no, you're so terrible, don't do that. Of course, I would never do that. Like, it's so...
And they used words like agenda.
Right.
What?
It's so theatrical that it's clearly like a setup, in my personal opinion. And the fact that this person sent the message and then Macy May copied and pasted it. Like, we know for a fact that they sent that message first, and then Macy May sent it second. Like, it's a fact. And I will post some examples of some back and forth between me and Brendan that further proves it, because we have iPhones and I can recreate that exactly and show you that I would have had to have sent it first.
Yes.
And then Brendan would have to have copy and pasted it. So
meaning it's fake.
It is fake. This person told them what to
fake.
say. So I don't know if that means anything, though. I don't know if that's somebody trying to drum up drama. I don't know if that means that somebody literally is like sending Blum fake information. And in that case, Blum is like highly respected in a lot of circles. He's had a very illustrious career. He's high up in this, like, you know, his status of being an author and investigative journalist. So he didn't vet his source? Or did he, and this is all BS? And it is real, and the Goncalves family is trying to cover their butts, because, honestly, Blum shouldn't have called him out.
No, he shouldn't have.
And I don't blame them for covering their butts.
Yeah.
Because I don't blame Steve for what he did.
No. He's a father trying to get over a situation that you can't get over.
Right.
And this is a way that he felt like he could work towards getting over it. And you know, he was having a lack of faith in law enforcement. And this is all said from him, right? There's a ton of statements out there where he's talking about it. He didn't have faith in law enforcement, so he took it into his own hands. And like I said, it's really, really, really crappy for Blum to do it in that way. But could those same text messages of supposedly been from Steve said, "Oh, I don't care if he uses my name"? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Are there other possibilities where it makes sense? Blum, you know, he made a quick statement in response to the Goncalves family.
I meant to bring that up.
And
I have it here.
Okay.
I can read it real quick.
Yeah.
But what was your thoughts on it?
That clearly, I think he could have gone a million different directions in his response. And he left it vague, and he left it to the point, and said enough to say, you know, that I was getting this information and I believed it was Steve. Now, Howard Blum's an older guy. Older people tend to not understand how easily technology can be manipulated. So did he truly believe that it was Steve? And did he ask the right questions and the other person on the other side of the line just knew the right answers to his questions? You know what I mean? Are there more honest reasons for this? Because again, if you've been watching us for a while, you know I will always go to the optimistic side first, because I think that most people, I'm even confident saying 99% of people out there, truly believe they're doing the right thing for the right reasons, even if they're doing a wrong thing. A lot of times people believe they're doing that wrong thing for the right reasons. So, you know, when Blum came out with this, do I feel like, based on, especially with his extensive history and background in writing, do I feel like he thought he was doing the right thing? Yes, I do feel like it. Could he have been tricked? It's totally possible. Mm-hmm. Could Steve not have been involved in anything that was sent to Blum? Totally possible. Could Steve have been involved? Totally possible. There's no way to know, and I don't know if there's enough information coming out about this to condemn either.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
For sure. I do. I
so
don't
it makes
know that
it
there's
hard.
Either. Yeah, it is. It does make it hard. I have a hard time. I definitely don't put any fault on the Goncalves family, honestly, at all. I don't. No. I personally do not. I do think Blum could have crossed lines, but
depending on the
but it depends
setup,
on the situation. Yeah, and we don't really know the truth behind the source yet.
Yeah.
If we ever will. So this was Howard Blum's statement. A brief response to the statement by the Goncalves family attorney, which this is the first statement I read talking about, like, he was just looking for attention and it was all fake. So, 1, I have no wish to get into a public argument with Mr. Goncalves. He and his family have already suffered too much pain. 2, we both agree on, continued in the next text, that I never interviewed him, as the article clearly states. 3, my portrait of a grieving father was based on a trove of texts he wrote that were made available to airmail in his public statements and interviews with people close to him. So he's literally saying these are texts that Steve wrote to people close to him, and for interviews, and for public statements?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know either. I just know that...
How were they made available to airmail? How?
Yeah.
And
probably
who is
sent to email or something like that. I do think it would be beneficial to Blum's career for him to come out and explain the essentially chain of custody. How did that come out?
Agreed.
Yeah.
I think he absolutely should. And because I want to know how. And also, Steve also deserves to know if he has a traitor in his midst who is willing to sell text messages he sent, trusting that person.
Yep, I know.
Because that's messed up.
It's super messed up.
I would be pissed. I'd be so mad if somebody did that to me, sold my messages after my daughter got murdered, and I was, doing anything I could to find the killer and get her justice and grieve. It's just insane if somebody actually did that. But, as far as what was in the article, we went over it a lot in the live, but I have serious questions around if any of that was true. The Dylan and Bethany up texting, which we heard rumors about for a while.
Course.
And I really question that. If that is true, I have even more question marks than I had before. And I already had a lot. Because the 8-hour time gap isn't explainable thus far with the information we have. And also the Linda Lane footage, in footage he actually was involved in leaking, but he then says is fake.
Yeah.
That's also super weird. I don't think the Linda Lane footage is fake.
I think what they're talking about is the audio. Audio was transposed on it, and they're saying that audio is fake. Now, do I think it's fake? I don't know. We were graced with the Drunk Turkey Show's presence on our live chat last night, and I'm super stoked they came on there. I know I said grace jokingly, but I'm super stoked that they came on there, really, and I really appreciate a lot of their videos and content. Now, they do believe that Kohberger is guilty based on the evidence that they've seen, for the most part, based on what I've seen. Now, obviously, people can change positions and things like that, but for the most part, it appears that they believe that he is guilty. But one interesting thing is he had said that he's heard through the grapevine that law enforcement could have or have suggested that anybody that's even close to this situation should just lie when they're asked questions, so that in court, the defendant isn't going to have a leg up over any of this information because it could get out. Now, that's an interesting thought, too, because how much of this could be lies?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm curious about that, too. But that's pretty much it from me. I just have questions and no answers. So what do you guys think it is? Do you think that it's just the Goncalves family covering their butts? Do you think those texts are fake? Any of the texts we talked about? Because we talked about numerous. Do you think Blum was in the wrong for what he wrote? Do you think there's any truth to his article? I definitely want to know what you guys think. And yeah, I hope the family is doing okay.
Yeah, me too.
And I hope Blum comes out with a more explanation.
Yep, more details around it.
Yep.
All right. So I actually wasn't planning on talking about the Idaho4 topic that I brought to the table this week. And for those of you that are new here or recently started following us, obviously we are a talk show where this is completely unscripted, and at most we just bring bullet points, and we like to critically think and go deep into some of these topics, And with the Kohberger topics, we aren't trying to say that he's innocent. We are not trying to say that he's guilty. We are trying to analyze the case as it stands with the information we have. And our commitment to the viewer, to you guys, is that we are going to share everything we know with you. So there's no such thing as topics that you can't talk about. That just does not exist. Anyone that says it is, they're full of it, That it just doesn't exist. It's all how you present yourself. It's all the level of respect you give to the person in front of you. You can have respectful debates. I mean, our presidents go at each other's throat in a debate, but it's semi-respectable in front of the entire country most of the time. Now,
Kinda.
there's been a couple topics brought up. The reason why I want to bring this up is because I just found a new piece of information when I was digging into this. Now, I didn't do an expert topic this week, even though so many people wanted us to. They're like in love with the nerdy expert topics. But
That's awesome.
I think that this could get that way too. So there have been multiple conversations or responses brought up around the Bryan Kohberger knife sheath. Okay, now I don't want to go tin hat here, you guys. I do not want to go to him being set up or anything like that. I really think that it benefits everybody when we look at this evidence from the perception of the court, either the state or the defense, and see what they're up against, okay? Now, what's interesting here is this actually involves Howard Blum, and I never knew that before, okay?
Wow.
Now, there's this idea, and I think there could be some validity to it. And I think that this could be the reason why the state doesn't want to show chain of custody with the DNA. Now, from our understanding and based on the PCA, the Idaho State Police Forensics Lab found the DNA profile, built the DNA profile, or attempted to, let me take that back. They got it. They got the DNA off the sheath. They put it in CODIS, and CODIS wasn't there, so they sent it off, right? Mm-hmm. Isn't that the official storyline?
Yep.
Or they gathered it and gave it to the FBI, who then built the profile. Something like that, okay? Now, the other side of that, and this is what I've heard from many people, is that there is a third-party source involved in Texas. Mm-hmm. Now, according to everything I'm reading, Howard Blum is the one who came out with that information. Oh. Never heard of that before. I had no idea. So here's that other storyline, is that the knife sheath was found, sent to Idaho State evidence, and they tested it for DNA, found no DNA. So it was sent, the entire sheath, okay, not a DNA profile, the entire sheath was sent to Texas. It's a startup company, and I have the name in here. I'll pull it up in just a second. But they use this new technique that supposedly takes singular cells or only a couple cells and profiles, and they build a profile. It somehow multiplies it. This is not my expertise, guys, but it multiplies it into a size where they have enough to test. Because based on all the evidence or all the investigation, all the details I've been looking into around DNA testing, they need at least 25 cells.
I thought they only needed 8.
They need 8 to be able to build 25. And you guys, if you're an expert in this, help me out here. Leave some comments, let me know, give me some love, let me understand it. But from my understanding, the basic testing with some of the most advanced technology is roughly 5 per test. They do the scientific method, which is 3 tests to come up with a profile that at best gets to about 98% completion. And then they have a control test and a quality control test that is 2 more tests just to verify the first 3, which requires a total of 25. So when multiple people have read that they only had a single source DNA profile, you have experts that are all over the internet, or claiming they're experts, obviously I can't verify that are saying there's no way that's not possible. So, I went to digging a little bit, see what I could find out about Texas, right? Now, this Texas location apparently is Othram. Now that's confirmed in the PCA that Othram was used. What they used was what's called kin-SNP rapid familial relationship testing, okay? It's developed by Othram. kin-SNP allows investigators to infer kinship in closely and distantly related individuals, combining the speed of traditional forensic STR testing with the power of advanced SNP testing.
What does that mean?
I mean, what I'm gathering from it is that if they don't have access to your DNA, but they have access to some relatives that are kind of far out, this helps build a profile to make connections to the familial relationship with those other DNA profile to give a percentage of accuracy for them to at least have enough to present to the judge an arrest warrant, which I think is what we saw happen.
Okay.
But some really good questions get brought up in this. One, was the knife sheath actually sent to Texas? I think that's a pretty big deal to find out, because that is so rare. Like, can you imagine the leg up that the defense is going to have if they're able to say, hey, we want the chain of custody, and the chain of custody shows that ISP couldn't find DNA, so they sent the entire evidence, the knife sheath in whole, to Texas, who found the DNA. That's a bad look.
Is it? Why?
Hey, we can't do our job, so we sent it somewhere else, which every time a piece of evidence is moved, you're putting it at risk of the validity of that outcome.
Yep. I would agree.
So strange, right?
Yeah, it is weird, and I think
when there is a test, either that they have to do unique, they have to go out of state, they have to do it a second or third time, or it's inconclusive, those are little items, little catchphrases that defense attorneys use to see if there's reasonable doubt there. Now, again, it's got to be taken in comparison to all the other evidence, but certainly a defense team has to be pretty happy that that test did not come back positive to Kohberger's DNA on it, for example. So yeah, it's something they're going to look at.
I really want to know if that's the case, if it was sent to Othram. And I think the important part is also percentage of likeliness, and how much that percentage equates to matters a lot. And, you know, in our last DNA video where you talked, like, some of the numbers they threw out there don't make sense.
No, they don't make sense. And what's interesting is while I was doing research on this, I started reading the details of the experts that they brought forward, that Ann Taylor brought forward into court to talk about, what were their names again? Do you remember?
Gabriel Vargas.
Yep, Vargas.
And there was Lee Larkin.
Yep.
And the guy who is actually a defense attorney,
yeah.
He's a big shot, and he has actually been very involved with this new DNA SNP profile, genealogy,
yep.
You know, all of that. He's very involved in it because there was like a case that it was brought into question, and it's all very new, and he's worked very closely with, like, literally been in the lab,
yes.
You know, overseeing stuff like this. So, I forget his name. I'll look it up, but he is a big shot in it, and he basically just explained why it was important to have this information presented to the court for the defense to be able to see
chain
it.
Of custody.
Yes.
Yep. And each of them, on their own accord, came forward and said that DNA evidence is never 100%. Did you know that? The audio was so bad that most people don't know that. I literally had to read the transcript. All of them said that DNA is never 100%.
Right.
So if you guys are watching and you haven't watched this video here, you guys need to watch it because 5.37 octillion is about as 100% as you can get. So it makes me wonder what they're talking about with that.
Agreed.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I think there are major questions that need to be asked with the knife sheath. There's a reason why the prosecution didn't want to bring it into court. And it leads me to ask questions around why, right? And we said in the beginning of this that we aren't here to try and argue the fact whether Kohberger's innocent or guilty. We just want to be led to the facts through the evidence. That is our only goal here. Now, it's interesting that everything is saying that was Blum that came out with that information. I'm curious where he got that from, those details from.
Agreed.
Yeah. Because this is a completely separate situation. And he says, so Howard Blum, a journalist and author working on a book about murders, maintains that the knife sheath was sent out of Idaho to be tested by a startup in Texas. In quotes, they sent it first to the lab in Idaho, and the lab in Idaho couldn't find anything. So they thought this might be a dead end. And so they sent it to Texas. And then it said, on Wednesday, Blum appeared on News Nation explaining why the sheath was sent to another state. He claims it's because officials needed to make an arrest as soon as possible. In parentheses, they wanted to tie the suspect to this knife sheath, desperately to this knife sheath.
It proves how much pressure they were under, you guys.
I agree.
I don't think enough importance is placed on that. The pressure of solving this crime when it comes, like, the university is everything to that town.
Yeah.
So the police were under immense pressure to solve this by the families, by the university, by the nation, and there was a spotlight on them. There was a microscope on them. So the lawyer that testified was Steve Mercer, and he had expertise specifically on the subject of complex mixtures of touch DNA.
Okay. And you know what's funny is it seems like when things are talked about in court, the further away that court hearing gets, the more some of these older ideas start coming in. Like, I see so many people on Reddit and YouTube saying, there's no confirmation it's touch DNA, no confirmation it's touch DNA. What? Did you guys not watch any of the court hearings? It is explained very clearly that it is touch DNA,
yeah,
okay?
We have absolute 100% confirmation on that.
100% confirmation. It is touch DNA, okay? And you
Contrary to what Newsweek wants you to believe.
Right.
That it's a drop of blood.
Yeah, you guys need to watch this video because then I see people on the internet saying things like, yeah, but touch DNA, like those skin cells, can only come from multiple layers under the skin, and it's literally the opposite of that. Every little tiny baby skin cell that comes off, and we shed millions of them a day just by doing this. I'm putting my DNA all over here. Was proven with those two tests that we walked through that it can be spread from one handshake in person to another item and used in a murder.
Absolutely. It's actually the exterior skin cells
yes,
on the outermost layer of your skin. It is not from underneath at all.
Yes.
That's not true at all.
Yeah. Now, according to Blum, the lab in Texas specialized in proprietary devices that made what is called kinship DNA. You could figure out a relative of the DNA that you already had, and this lab was set up to investigate unsolved murders. This is literally the first time that this lab has ever had an item sent to it for an active...
No freaking way.
Yeah, an active case. Now, if this is true. Understand, we do shows for people that believe Kohberger's guilty and shows for people that believe he's innocent. And I think any of our videos you can look at from the perspective of the prosecution or the defense, right? There's going to be questions around this evidence when you're the defense looking at, hey, how did they come to that conclusion? That doesn't make sense. Or you look at the prosecution and think, we need to firm up these details here, because when looking at other cases out there that did include DNA, they didn't have these kind of holes that these do, that this case does. You know what I mean? It says it's a problem for the prosecution if the reports are accurate, and the first lab did not match the DNA to Kohberger. And that is Niama Ramani, an attorney and former federal prosecutor, to Newsweek. Even though familial DNA matches are new, the state is going to have to explain why the first lab drew different conclusions. It's uncommon for such a bloody crime scene to have only a single source of DNA connected to a defendant. The defense will argue that it was transferred or planted. There may also be a lot of other people's DNA at the scene because it was a party house. The defense will argue that law enforcement didn't rule them out as suspects. And this, according to what I'm reading here, was written... April 2nd of 2023. So they knew what they were talking about.
Interesting.
Because that is the approach that the defense has taken. That is the approach that Ann Taylor has taken exactly, which I think is right. I think it's fair when you have someone that is up for potentially a death penalty, right? And the whole world has questions around this knife sheath.
Absolutely. It's one of the biggest deals, which is funny. Because originally, they wanted to hide it.
I know. But there's only one way to connect the warrant and arrest to Kohberger, and that is that DNA, so they weren't able to keep it out. It just wasn't possible.
No, which they asked, that's literally what they said word for word, is they didn't want to use it in court.
Yeah.
When they brought it up to the judge initially, they're like, this is probable cause, but we don't want to bring it to court.
Yeah. Yeah. So...
They should have known.
They should have known. And Mark O'Mara said, defense attorneys look wherever they can to find a potential of reasonable doubt. And when there is a test, either that they have to do unique, they have to go out of state, they have to do a second or third time, or it's inconclusive, those are little items, little catchphrases that defense attorneys use to see if there's reasonable doubt there. I think that all these questions are really, really good questions around this. Looking at it from the perspective of the court, okay? Whether you're watching this and you believe Kohberger's guilty, there are some questions that need to be answered. Like, where did the knife sheath come from? I can't think that you could think that Kohberger is guilty or innocent and be okay with not letting a defendant understand how they're tied to a crime.
Agreed. Like, if you want a fair justice system, then it has to be fair for all, okay? And they should be privy to that knowledge. And, there's contradicting statements of who found it.
There is contradicting statements of who found it.
And two
yes,
documents, the PCA and, actually, I think it's another affidavit, too, by... an ISP officer, I think. Yep. I don't know, J. Ray's probably killing me right now. She's watching this that I don't remember.
Yeah.
Because she's explained it to me like twice already. But she did show the contradictory statements, and they are there, which we can post.
Yeah. I just think that's super interesting, and I don't understand why people are so easy to write off some of these questions and details. I think that that's a fair question to ask. Hey, where did the knife sheath go? Because of this DNA video and the how many times we've seen in the past where a piece of evidence has been cross-contaminated.
Yeah, it's not unheard of, and I feel like a lot of people just are under that impression, like we talked about in the DNA video, that if it's your DNA, it's 100% yours, then there's no refuting that, but that simply isn't true, and we have other cases to cite that prove it isn't true.
I know it. I know it, but I halfway am making this video on this topic because I want to know what you guys think. I want to hear what you've read about this and what you know about this. Can we name and get confirmation of this Texas small startup? That would go a long way, in my opinion.
It would.
That would go a long way, in my opinion. If I can get the name, I'll absolutely reach out to them. I would call them.
Yeah.
They probably wouldn't give me anything, but I'd call them. Why not?
It doesn't hurt to try.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. But, yeah, let me know what you guys think.
Share the wealth of knowledge.
Yes.
This is a case making the headlines, and we actually did cover it as a news update. Mm-hmm. It was the arrest made in Crystal Rodgers' case. Okay. Crystal Rodgers was 35, mother of 5. When she went missing July 3rd, 2015, her body has never been recovered, but she's presumed to be deceased. So, we had that initial arrest that we covered, which was of this man, Joseph Lawson, and he was arrested and indicted on charges of conspiracy to commit murder and complicity in tampering with evidence. Mm-hmm. We talked about that, and this was like the first arrest, and we were like, whoa, you know, I haven't followed this case extensively, but I wanted to talk about it because it is absolutely insane. It's insane. Mm-hmm. The whole thing is nuts. I know. And we talked about her father getting shot and killed. Mm-hmm. Crazy. So now we have the arrest of her boyfriend of the time, okay? Brooks Huck. And he was a suspect that was literally announced in 2015. He was considered a suspect almost immediately. And all this time has passed. 8 years have passed with nothing.
Jeez.
And he's finally been arrested. September 27th, 2023, he was arrested and charged with the murder of Crystal Rodgers and tampering with evidence.
Good. As long as he's the guy, good. It sounds like he's been on the cops' radar for a while.
I think he is the guy. That's just my personal opinion. And I think everyone else thinks he's the guy, too. I don't think it was ever a question of who did it. It was proving it.
Okay. Gosh.
And that was said by somebody in law enforcement. I forgot who it was. And her mother and father, I think, believed it was him, too. But he was arraigned this October 5th, 2023. Now, we get into what are the circumstances around Crystal's disappearance. Now, let's talk about who Crystal was. She lived in Bardstown, Kentucky, a very small town about 40 miles outside of Louisville, Kentucky. She had 5 children. Her first child she had very young. Then she was married to a man named Keith, had 2 children, which they divorced and had 2 other children, like they had their 2 children and had shared custody of them. And then she went on to date Brooks and had a child by him. Her children were her world. She looked forward to being a mom. Being a mom was everything to her. She worked 2 jobs just to make it work. You know, sounds like an amazing, beloved woman. She was the eldest of her siblings. Just a family kind of person, you know, family was important to her. So, at the time of her disappearance, she was dating Brooks Hoke and living with him. When she was divorced to her ex-husband, Keith, she actually rented a place from Brooks, who owned many properties in the area. He has a construction company and is also a landlord of many properties. She rents from him, and then they begin dating, and then they live together, and she gets pregnant, and they have their child. And she divorced in 2012, so she had been dating Brooks from about 2012 to 2015, her disappearance.
Okay. So about 3 years or 2 to 3 years.
Right. So the last day, okay, that she was seen and known of, she told her mother that she had a date night with her boyfriend, that they were going to have a date night that night. And she dropped off her 2 kids to that she shared custody with Keith Rodgers, her ex-husband. And apparently, according to an aunt, she was also seen at Walmart. And this is coming up on July 4th, okay? So she was last seen July 3rd. Mm-hmm. And it was assumed that she would be going to Brooks' family's house to have 4th of July the next day. Well, they supposedly had this date night, and she also tells her mother on the, I don't know if it was on the phone or in person actually, but she tells her mother that day that essentially she's got dirt on him. And there had been times where, and she had been thinking about leaving him, but was afraid because he had a lot of money and, you know, influence and power, had a brother who was a cop, that he would take the baby away. So she was afraid to leave him. She tells her mother that day, Mom, he thinks I'm an idiot. He thinks I'm stupid, but I have everything. She told her mom that some people said Brooks was renting his properties for cash and avoiding paying taxes. She had a bunch of documented proof of this, supposedly, and that she had hid the information. She had it hidden somewhere. Her mom did not inquire further and doesn't know where that information was hidden, and regrets that now.
Yeah.
Like, very much regrets it. So, basically, they have this supposed date night, which, according to Brooks, was walking around the farm and feeding the cows.
Okay.
Really, really odd date night, if you ask me. Yeah, so they fed the cows, took a walk, and then he went to bed, and according to Brooks, Crystal was still up playing games on her phone. But it was also pouring rain that day. So it doesn't really make sense to, like, go walk around a farm, and supposedly with your baby, too, because the baby was with them. Like,
yeah, that's super strange, and it was their farm. There's...
Yeah.
I don't want to be, like,
farm.
Super critical about what a date night looks like for different people, but, like...
Doesn't sound like much of a date night with the baby there and walking around a farm.
Normally a date night suggests that it's something outside of what the norm is. I'm sure feeding animals every day is the norm, so how you turn that into a date night?
And then, like, he goes to bed and she's just up playing games on her phone. Doesn't sound like a date night. So the next day, Brooks claims he woke up and Eli, the little boy, the baby, was there, but Crystal was gone. He took Eli to his mom's house where they celebrated 4th of July with his family. He claims he tried to call Crystal, but she did not pick up, and that he had left her before when they had arguments and had been gone for a few days in the past.
Sure. So he never called the cops or anything?
He never called the police, never reported her missing, nothing. So her family, like her mother, her father, none of her family had heard from her. They didn't think it was a huge deal because it was 4th of July, and they figured that she was over at Brooks' family's house, his mother's house, having 4th of July as planned. Then Brooks runs into her mother, Sherry, who saw Brooks with the baby and is like in the back of the car and is like, whoa, what's going on here? Where's Crystal, And they hadn't heard from her in a little while. And she knew, because that was not like Crystal to not be with the baby. She, never left the baby. And she said, look, I'm going to report Crystal missing. And he said, I think that's what you should do. He never reported her missing at all. He's just like, I think that's what you should do. Okay. Also, when the family goes out looking, for Crystal, he never helps and claims that he never felt welcome. He never lifted a finger, and neither did his police brother. His brother later gets fired for this, you guys, from the police force. So Crystal's daughter texted her grandma, Crystal's mom, Sherry, and asked if she had heard from her, and she said she didn't, and she said she just had this intuition that things were not okay. So she goes to the sheriff's department, she files a missing police report, and Crystal's ex-husband claims he thought, so this is Keith, the ex-husband, Keith Rodgers, that he had thought he had seen her car on Bluegrass Parkway.
Okay.
So, July 5th, okay, the day after July 4th, which is the day everybody's like, where is she? You know, because she's last seen on July 3rd. They get to the area, okay? They go check it out, what he's talking about with the car. And what they notice is there are tire marks on the road, and her tire was flat. Like, one of her tires was super flat. In the past, Crystal had literally driven with a flat tire down to nothing to avoid stopping on the side of the interstate. She would never do that, according to her family, that she would literally just keep driving with a flat so she wouldn't have to stop on the side of an interstate because she felt it was too dangerous. So it didn't seem like her to park on the side of the road like this with a flat.
Yeah. It
Her
just
phone,
sucks because there's no real way to prove that, but when you're family, those are things you pick
Right.
up on, yeah.
Right. So the driver's seat was not in the normal position, and they knew immediately, they said, that she wasn't the last person driving this car. So they also found it really weird that her uncharged phone, purse, and keys were inside the car. She literally just vanished. They searched the area around the vehicle for hours. So law enforcement did search the car, but they didn't forensically test anything initially, which is a big deal. They gave it back to the family after taking one fingerprint from it. And the crime lab can only process 10 pieces of evidence per criminal case. I heard that from Grizzly True Crime. Shout out to her. She's doing amazing coverage on this case. She's really breaking it down and investigating it. And seriously, amazing job, Grizzly. Shout outs to you. But I heard that from her, that they can only process 10 pieces of evidence per criminal case based on limited resources.
Wow.
What? That shouldn't be a thing.
I guess I'm curious what exactly processing means because, like, evidence gathering, there's hundreds normally of pieces. So,
right?
Does that just mean that, like, testing for fingerprints or latent marks, shoe, finger, DNA, or what exactly does that mean?
I don't know, man.
We'll have to look into that.
So later when, her dad formed Team Crystal, they did a lot more, forensic digging and, investigations, but back on the timeline, July 8th, okay, Brooks got interviewed by the police, and these interviews are crazy, okay? We should watch them on stream sometime. This is just a general overview so we can get up to date on this. These people are going to be going to trial. We finally have an arrest. I just want a general overview of what happened because I didn't know and I wanted to know. So Brooks is getting interviewed by the police on July 8th, okay? This is 4 days after she's gone missing. And his brother, the police officer, calls up and is like, leave. No more talking, leave. And he does. Sketch, right?
Yeah. So
July 10th, the police decide to search the farm, which was the last place she was seen. Didn't find much. So then, on July 15th, Nick Hawk, which is Brooks' brother, was interviewed by Kentucky State detectives and was ordered to do so by Police Chief Rick McNubbin. He was told that the police found bodily fluids in his trunk using luminol test, which he could not explain.
What?
Right?
And they didn't test DNA?
So July 20th, Nick is asked by the FBI to come in and take a polygraph test, which he refuses at first. On July 24th, they ask him again, and he agrees. The polygraph examiner, Chief McCubbin, discussed the results with him and said they had grave concerns. Like,
So
he didn't
fail.
pass.
Yeah.
So then on September 9th, he was suspended without pay from the police force. He had many problems in his career in the past, like sleeping on the job, not reporting teens missing, and then inferring with the investigation into the disappearance of Crystal Rodgers by calling his brother Brooks while he was being questioned. They had major problems with that, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. He's
Yes.
a suspect. Even though he's your brother, you can't call in and intervene.
You're not
not a
allowed to
lawyer.
be on the case.
No.
Period.
No.
You should not have been connected at all. You need to completely and totally remove yourself like you're not even family.
Yep. Exactly. So then on October 15th, Nick signs an affidavit saying he told Brooks to fully cooperate with NCSO detectives, and he was officially fired October 16th. And then in October 2015, Sheriff Ed Mattingly announced that Crystal was presumed dead, and Brooks Hawk was the prime suspect in her disappearance.
Okay.
So literally from the beginning, essentially, only a few months after her disappearance, he was named as the prime suspect. They searched his property multiple times. Her body was never found. They actually found another body on the farm, but it wasn't her, which is kind of insane. And I don't really know.
Did they ever identify it?
I don't know. I don't know the background completely behind that, but that's something we should dig more
strange.
into. And there's a lot of speculation in this community that these brothers were into some deep, like, trafficking, like, I don't know, like
No way.
Yes, that they were in some deep stuff.
Dark criminal
career
dudes.
criminals.
Yeah.
Yes. So,
I mean, sleeping on the job. God.
Crystal's dad, Tommy, started Team Crystal, which is a group that went out and searched for her constantly, daily. They did many forensic tests. There was actually a private detective that got a cadaver dog to check inside of her vehicle in 2018, and the dog straight up hopped in the trunk, and that indicated that there were trace smells of human remains. So they did not find any blood, bodily fluids in the car. The FBI later took possession of the car when they came into the case, and that is why we had these arrests, is the FBI took it over.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's why. They finally, just took the bull by the horns. I mean, there's so many deaths that are odd surrounding this case. So, November 19th, 2019, okay, Tommy had been up in 2015, 2019, at the time of his death, all that time in between, he was going hard to find his daughter, okay? So hard, oh my gosh, he did so much. He plans to go hunting, which, by the way, his wife the whole time was taking care of Crystal's kids. She became mom to them, essentially. So she's taking care of the kids. He's hunting, looking for her, trying to find who's responsible, trying to collect evidence. Then on November 19th, 2019, he plans to go hunting with his grandson, like he did every year, which was 10-year-old Trenton, and Crystal's son. And he was wearing one of the Team Crystal shirts that morning. So Tommy's son Casey and Casey's son were going to join them for the hunt. Trenton said his grandpa looked through his scope like he saw something, and then a gunshot was heard. Casey heard it from the other side of the farm. Trenton called Casey and then called Sherry using Tommy's phone. Tommy was trying to speak to Trenton but could not get the words out. So Tommy's sitting there trying to talk to his grandson and can't get the words out and dies in front of them. And it come to find out, branches were cut to get the perfect shot on them. This was a planned hit. According to a retired FBI agent, this was a planned attack and assassination, just like Jason Ellis's murder, which was a police officer who was murdered, who they think there could be a connection in this case.
Jeez.
Where the killer would have had to known the victim's routine. Interesting, right?
Yeah.
Especially when he's going hard in his daughter's investigation. And apparently they were just redirecting the investigation to a certain specific area. I can't remember what it was. And right after that is when he gets killed. So I don't know if he was on to something. Like he's finally
crazy.
had a serious lead.
Yeah.
And was taken out or what. But there's a lot of question marks around that. So then August 2020, the FBI in Louisville announced that they were taking the lead in the investigation. There were many interviews, search warrants conducted in Bardstown, including on Brooks and his brother Nick's property. They have found some things, but they have not released that to the public. So other strange deaths surrounding this case was Tommy Ballard's sister, Crystal's aunt, Sherry Ballard Barnes, so that's Crystal's father's sister, who was Crystal's aunt, went missing in January 19th, 1979. She was 7 months pregnant. Her ex-husband was arrested and charged with her murder 3 years later. She was found in her vehicle submerged in the Ohio River. Oh my gosh. And 3 years later, her body was found on the farm in Nelson County.
What?
She was shot.
What?
This is important because Brooks asked her sister all about this in Walmart shortly before Crystal died or disappeared. He wanted to know every detail. And according to Grizzly True Crime, he was all up in that. He was like almost excited asking about it. Like, tell me all about this. Tell me all about this, which is odd. What could that mean?
Yeah, wanted to learn.
Really weird.
Yes.
So then we also have the May 25th, 2013 killing of Officer Jason Ellis. He had just finished his shift.
So many bodies. Jeez.
Mm-hmm. And there's another family, I think like a mother and daughter, but they don't want their case connected to this anymore, though it has been speculated about for a while. They've actually asked people to like not connect it to the Crystal Rodgers case. Maybe it's interfering with their justice. I don't know. I won't go into that right now, but this one's also very suspect. Jason Ellis had just finished his shift at the Bardstown, Kentucky Police Department. He was driving home when he encountered branches blocking the road on exit 34 of the Bluegrass Parkway. He got out of his vehicle to move the branches and was shot on spot several times. He was a canine handler, narcotics dog, for the police department and was heavily involved in coaching youth baseball in his free time. The FBI's offering a reward of $50,000 for information leading to arrest, conviction, all that for the people who are responsible for his murder. There's been tons of speculation if he was getting close to something in his investigations, and that's why he was killed. And it's all surrounding this two brothers.
That's strange. That sounds like something's going on.
I mean,
jeez, when we first talked about this, I did a little bit of research into it just because when I do editing, I put up pictures and stuff of the victims so people can relate and know who it is and everything. Yeah. And I didn't see any of that. That's insane. It's like a giant crime spree, crime family style, like crime ring. You know, criminal entity, these two brothers.
It really is.
And one was an officer?
I know. And Nick was an officer too, and he was literally fired. Brooks' brother.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. One was an officer. One of the brothers
and then one killed as an officer.
Yeah.
And Crystal's father. That one is the most suspicious to me. The fact that branches were cut, that retired FBI agent was like, dude, this was a hit. Like, this was straight up a hit. The branches were cut. It was totally set up. This person had to have known where they were going to be. They had to have known that he goes out there to hunt every year. And the fact that he was just onto something, too.
Yeah.
He was just onto something. So, yeah, I mean, we're just waiting, so
that's really interesting, though.
Brooks pled not guilty to Crystal Rodgers' murder, and he's being held on a $10 million cash bond. So his mother is trying to fight for custody of Crystal's kid.
Okay.
Right? Like, I'm not 100% who's been caring for this child all this time, but if it's been Crystal's mother caring for the children all this time, isn't it better off for them to be with her and the siblings?
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of a weird thing to focus on right now, is trying to get custody of that baby, who is probably like 8 years old now at this point.
Yeah.
Maybe 9, but...
And not to mention, look, the parents aren't always to blame, but it absolutely brings up red flags when you have multiple children coming from a family or parents that are criminals.
Right? Doesn't sound like a very fit parent.
Yeah, that doesn't mean they aren't, but I think it definitely deserves some deeper looking.
Yeah.
At the minimum.
So how this guy is connected to Brooks, Joseph Lawson, is actually in Brooks' interview. They ask him about a phone call or something, and they actually say Steve Lawson, I believe, which I think is his brother. And I don't understand how he's completely connected, but apparently one of the phone calls that night when Brooks claims he was asleep and when Crystal went missing, there was a call to this Lawson person.
Oh.
And somehow this guy's connected. Like,
and obviously he wasn't asleep then.
Right. They think he's like a co-conspirator. I don't know entirely
Like,
his
come
involvement.
get the body?
Maybe he helped in hiding the body. I don't know. Which
is what we speculated when we very first talked about
Yep.
it. Is I was like, that's so strange that they arrest a co-conspirator and not even the murderer.
Yeah, and I didn't even realize Brooks was arrested. I kept seeing arrest in Crystal Rodgers case. I was like, we already know about that. But then I looked into it more because Grizzly posted on it. And I was like, whoa. Whoa, I have to talk about this.
That is
and again,
crazy.
Shout out to her. She's incredible, you guys. If you haven't checked out Grizzly, definitely do. I think she deserves a creator highlight at one point.
Yeah.
I really appreciated her coverage on it. It helped me learn a lot. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing these people convicted. I hope his brother is arrested.
Yeah.
Because clearly he had some involvement. That's my opinion. Innocent till proven guilty. We'll find out.
Yeah.
When the evidence comes out on what they truly have against these men. And all I want is justice for
of course.
Crystal's family. Her mother lost her daughter and her husband.
Yeah.
I really hope they are also charged with his murder if they were at all involved in it. And I hope we can get down to the truth of this with the police officer, Jason Ellis, with Tommy, with Crystal, with everyone. Because there's several unsolved crimes in this area. Several murders that are going unsolved.
It would be really good to be able to clear all of those and find out exactly what was going on.
Agreed. But
at least have a suspect.
Yeah, let me know what you guys think. Do you think Tommy was an assassination by these brothers?
Sounds like it.
It does sound like it. Do you think the cop was Jason Ellis? Do you think they're guilty? I mean, I know some people have really, really followed this case from the beginning. If you're a local and you have any input, you know anything, you'd like to tell us or share, please let me know. I'm very curious about this case and getting down to the bottom of it. And yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Justice
Let
for
us know what you think.
Crystal Rodgers.
Yes, absolutely. All right, you guys. So this is a viewer requested topic just for you. Okay.
Woohoo!
We actually were not going to cover this because this is one of those cases that people have gotten invested in and it's almost at an unhealthy level. And I think you were actually one of them.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's just so awful. It's such a tragic situation that it's really hard not to get invested at that level. You know what I mean?
When this first broke, when Chris Watts, was on the news talking about his missing wife and children, the country knew he was guilty. Okay,
Yeah.
Everybody. And I followed it from that moment. From the moment he was on the news talking about it.
Worst poker face ever.
I followed it. And then to find out what happened to this family, to these little girls and this pregnant mom, it broke me. Like, I had a very unhealthy obsession. I mean, what's the obsession? The YouTube channel literally was formed off of this crime because it's horrible. And I had to literally take a step back from watching any coverage on it because it was too much. It was just too much. And I feel like there's still more questions left in this case that have yet to be answered.
Yep. So, what we are talking about is the Watts family murders that happened on August 13th, 2018, August 13th,
Another
2018, yes. In the early hours of August 13th, 2018, in Frederick, Colorado, American oil field operator Christopher Lee Watts ended his pregnant wife Shanann by strangulation and their 2 children, Bella and Celeste, by smothering them. Awful case. And you can look at this family, and it is like the American family. And I think that's why it got under so many people's skin and made so many people obsessed with it, is because truly you look at these pictures and, like, not only were they a beautiful family, but they could also be the family that's right next door to you.
Absolutely.
On either side, back of you, front of you, whatever. You know, they just look like those types of people.
Yeah, and also Shanann posted so much to social media that you could have a parasocial relationship with them after they were gone.
Yes.
Like, you could literally watch their lives from the time the kids were itty-bitty to the age they were, which they were still itty-bitty.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
It was just heartbreaking. It was heartbreaking to see those little girls so happy, so full of life, and then to know that their own father did this.
What happened to him.
It was so tragic.
Well, tonight we are not talking about the actual crime itself, you guys. But what we are talking about is the single person involved in this situation that ultimately caused Chris to choose to do this, in my opinion.
The catalyst.
Yes, the catalyst in this situation.
The flint and steel that lit the fire.
Yes, and I'm sure you guys already know who that is, but it is Nichol Kessinger, right? So, what was her involvement here? Now, according to her, they had only started dating in, January of 2018, I think is what it was. I think it was.
But she lies.
Yeah, so, or I'm sorry, June 2018. June 2018 is what they said. And I understand that there's some big concerns there, but I want to be able to at least give the baseline, the storyline of what we know from her interview and what Chris is saying and everything. Yeah. So according to them, their affair started in June of 2018. They actually went on a trip together, and there is picture evidence of that. They were around each other a whole bunch. They actually worked together at the same place, and that's where they both say that they met. However, okay, we're just going to jump right into this thing. There is no other way to go about it. There is no other storyline except for the fact that they both claim that she is innocent, that she had no idea, that she was just the other woman and didn't know about Shanann and didn't know about his kids at first, didn't know about anything, essentially, is what she's claiming, and actually what Chris is claiming too, okay? Well, Chris is caught. We're up to that point, right?
Yep.
And they start investigating and everything and digging into it, and they don't know about her yet. They don't know about Nichol yet. So they do get a call to let them know, and gosh, I'm drawing a blank right now. Hang on. Where was the place that they worked?
It was an oil place.
Yep. It was an oil place. Look that up. But
yeah, I forgot what it's called.
So I had it written down and I forgot to, but hey, Unscripted, but
Anadarko.
Anadarko, okay, they both worked at Anadarko, and they apparently met through there, and Chris was arrested, and somebody from Anadarko called the police, okay, and said, hey, you need to look into Nichol, because Nichol had actually been having a relationship with this guy. Almost immediately after that, you guys, Nichol calls into the police and then says, hey, just want to let you guys know I've been with this guy. And she didn't call on her own at first, which means that more than likely what people speculate is that because she had contacts to people in the office, that somebody let her know that, hey, so-and-so called the police and let them know about yours and Chris's affair. So then they think that she called like, oh, shoot, I could be in trouble here. You know what I mean? So they end up pulling her for an interview, and this interview's long. It's like 3.5 hours or something like that. And I have watched it. I've actually watched it on multiple different occasions, but I don't want to stick to that. I want to stick to the evidence, because you guys should watch it. Actually, I will tag it in the description, but do I feel like, based on what I use for work, for reading body language, feel like there's some major red flags in there? I do. And one of the content creators that we watch is Annie Elise. Annie Elise is really good, and she pointed out in her video of this topic, which it's been a long time since I watched it, but she says that, hey, pay attention to when Nichol picks up her water and takes a drink. And I didn't notice that before, which I'm shocked I didn't. I think I was so focused on reading her body language that I missed the fact that she was picking up the water. But she was like, anytime it seems like she's getting uncomfortable or needs a break in talking, she picks up this water, holds it for a second, and then takes a drink, like extending the thought process.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Which I think she's right. I think that, yes, she is totally trying to think of the situation. Now, I came into looking into this with an unbiased mind, from the perspective that she didn't have anything to do with it. By the end of this, I have major questions, man. Here at Thought Riot, we don't assume guilt of anybody. I don't think that that's okay for anybody to do. But we do critically think and look at the evidence at hand here. And this evidence does not look very good, you guys. So
I agree.
I
think I already know most of it.
Yeah.
So
here's another piece of evidence that adds to it. So as you all know, after Chris was polygraphed and failed the polygraph, he admits very quickly, very, very, very quickly. And people think that he did that to cover for Nichol.
I don't know if I agree with that.
I think it's possible, right? I do think that's a possible scenario. I also think it's possible that you have a guy that has no experience with crime. You have a guy that's never been in an interrogation. You have a guy that doesn't know anything about any of this and how it feels like to be in the corner of that little room and have two detectives talking to you, trying to get this information out. And I also think that those detectives did what their job requires and got him to admit. I think that's a real possibility too, right? Well, that's just one little chip to add to the pile, right? I think you could go either way with that. During her interview, Nichol claims that when she met Chris, that she didn't know that he was married, didn't know that he had kids, okay, and they had only just met in June.
She lies.
Yeah, however, when they got hold of her phone, which I gotta say, she didn't give up very easily in that interview. She was very concerned about giving up that phone. They were able to pull that she had been searching Chris Watts almost a full 12 months, a full year before the date that she claims they started dating. And not only that, but Shanann as well.
Yep.
And not only that, but returning to Shanann's Facebook profile regularly, all the time. Borderline stalking.
Exactly. And deleted all of her texts to Chris.
Yep.
before turning over the phone.
Yep, deleted texts. And she did also have like Snapchat on her phone, which deletes those text messages. You can't get them back.
I don't think the police even did a search warrant for those.
So here's an important aspect. There's a lot of people out there, okay, including Jay for Justice, that focus on this case. They believe that it could be reopened. It will not. It will not. She was given protected status, okay? They are never going to open this case again. I think this woman, if she's guilty, got away with it.
Yep.
Unfortunately. They are not going to open this again.
Witness protection, which I cannot understand for the life of me.
Is she
how
in witness
or why?
protection?
Yes.
People caught her with a wig on and stuff like that, and I know she changed her name, but in order to be in WITSEC, you have to have information that the federal government finds worth paying millions of dollars for.
Okay, well, maybe she's just really good at hiding, but from everything I've seen, she changed her name. Like, name change, moved away, living by a different identity. So, I don't know if there's official documentation of, being in witness protection, but that's what a lot of people think.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people think. I just want to be clear about what the actual facts are of this case, because I know a lot of people try and make these connections too, including Jay for Justice, and I don't mean that in a bad way. A lot of people, again, like I said, have an emotional buy-in to this case.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it's important to be able to cover it unbiased, both sides here. I don't think she's in witness protection because they have their guy. There is no reason why she would need to be in witness protection. She did not give anything to get Chris his guilt landed. Chris did Chris in.
I hear you.
So why it's like they want to add this big drama situation to her? No, I think that there could be some involvement on her end. I think there is some good evidence that she was actually with Chris during that morning of when they were getting rid of bodies and things like that. I think the evidence is pretty good, and I think that Chris took the fall for her. If that is the situation, I also think that this woman could be traumatized and damaged and knows nothing but to lie, because we have clear, concrete, solid confirmation of her lying. So,
we do.
Yes. And one thing that I read too, and pure speculation, you guys, a lot of people out there believe that Shanann was setting up an insurance fraud of some type. I didn't have time to look into this, nor did I want to get it mixed up in this video, but they believe that the insurance fraud that she was attempting to set up before the plan with Chris and Shanann happened, they sidestepped into this plan.
You mean Nichol was setting up
what
insurance?
Did I say?
You said Shanann.
No, I just said, okay, well,
you said
it's not.
Shanann was setting up insurance fraud.
They sidestepped into ending Shanann from the insurance fraud situation.
So Nichol and Chris were going to set up an insurance fraud scheme?
Like I said, I didn't dig into it.
Okay, but that's what you're saying, right?
That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is Nichol
specifically.
Yeah. But again, I didn't dig into it. So it could be both. What I read said Nichol could have, and based on the evidence, it looks like was setting up some kind of insurance fraud scam. And then Chris came along, and it looks like it grew or evolved into ending Shanann and then doing an insurance fraud scam where they could live happily ever after with whatever money. So, but again, understand that's just theory, you guys, just theory. There is no concrete evidence that, not like what we have here with this. So, Nichol claims the first time that she noticed anything was wrong was the night of the murders, where, according to her, and the phone call records, they had a 111-minute long conversation, and that's where she goes on to tell investigators part of the reason she felt really weird about that was that Chris was laying on the bed and there were no sheets on the bed. Strange, right? Mm-hmm. I don't know if no sheets on a bed would make me feel weird. For me, that comes off as a red flag, because why does it not mean that they're just washing sheets?
Yeah, that's super weird in my opinion too. Like, no sheets on the bed doesn't really mean much in my opinion. It's pretty normal to wash your sheets, and if you don't, you're kind of a sicko.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, that makes me think she has knowledge, which the sheets are part of the evidence.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are, because that's what the
murders.
bodies were wrapped in to be transported. So exactly, that's where my mind went also. So, and then other than that, so that is the only thing that she tells investigators that she remembers. Everything else she claims she doesn't remember. Now, when she was interviewed, that call happened 72 hours earlier, 3 days. That's it. 3 days.
Before the murders?
72 hours. So she was on that call 72 hours earlier from that time she was being interviewed.
Okay. So it was while the Shanann was missing.
Yes,
okay.
The day after, whatever.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Or same day,
I mean,
but yes.
That's what I thought originally, but then when you said 3 days before, I got confused. But yes, that makes sense. Okay.
Yep. She said that Chris appeared to be too casual about his family being missing, and she contacted police and told them about the affair. Right, okay.
If she was involved and he just confessed, like, she's like pinning it all on him. Throw it on him. I'm gonna, tell you what I can without giving too much to incriminate myself.
I mean, she did. Yeah, she sure did.
She didn't really try to protect him, did she?
No, and here's an interesting thing. I wasn't able to confirm this, but when Chris was sent to prison to do his time, she apparently was writing him, and the prison didn't pick it up because she was using her new name.
Right. Yeah, I heard about that.
That is wild,
But
dude.
I also think that's speculation.
I agreed. Yep. Agreed. I couldn't find evidence, but that's interesting.
I would love to read those letters.
Yeah, absolutely. And so here is concrete, firm heart evidence, you guys. Nichol has no alibi for the time of the murders.
Nope.
None. 0. 0, 0, 0. Now, she claims that they had only been dating a few months, right? June of 2018, okay? Well, they found in the evidence where they gathered her phone from that interview that she had been searching Google for, like I said, Chris Watch, which I mentioned earlier, and wedding dresses. 6 months before that. 6 months before that. Yep. Searches for Chris Watts and wedding dresses, and also going so far to say something along the line, is it likely that, is it weird that he's marrying his mistress? Something like that.
I think the searches were like, do married men usually like
marry their mistresses? That's right. And, like, you're right. You're right.
Will he leave his wife kind of thing?
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yep.
I can't remember the exact terms, but yeah.
Yep.
It was
along those
like
same lines. I mean, yeah. So
she was wondering if he would actually like be with her and not his wife. Like,
yeah, but that was literally a year before she claimed they were together. The morning of the murders, a neighbor saw a truck which was believed to be Nichol's.
Is that Nate?
It doesn't say.
Okay.
It doesn't say which neighbor, but they believe they saw it. Yeah.
I bet it was Nosy Nate.
It probably
with his security
was.
cameras.
I know.
But I mean, shout out to him. He caught a murderer.
Now here's the important thing, okay? You guys know my experience with cell phone data. So at the time, during the murders and ultimate moving of bodies, where Chris's truck was backed up to the garage, right, where Nosy Nate's camera could see moving back and forth and something being loaded in there, something, okay? Nichole's phone pinged in a tower in Friedrich, Colorado.
So what does that mean? I don't remember the correlation. How close is that?
So her house, which if she would be doing the same thing that she always did for as far back as they could look back, she would have been at her home at that time, okay? Mm-hmm. Her home was in, Avada, I believe, Colorado.
Okay.
And that is in the most favorable distance, 25 minutes away. Now, from certain parts of Friedrich to certain parts of Avada, it's 45 minutes away. But it's 30 miles plus distance. Arvada. It's 30 miles plus of distance away.
Okay.
Very unlikely that there could be a magical mistake with a cell phone ping. And here's why. So I did pull up pictures, and look. You guys that are on here will be watching now. But this is Friedrich, and this is Arvada.
Cool.
Down here.
So where's the Watts family home?
Right here.
In Friedrich.
In Friedrich. And this is her home down here. Actually, it's down here further. So in between the Watts family home and her home is over 50 cell phone towers.
Oh.
Over 50
Wow.
towers. So what is the likelihood that her phone, because she could have been there a night before, whatever, pinged off of his tower?
No.
No. I checked every single tower for their maximum distances on the lowest wavelength, so like 4G, and I even checked 2.5 or 3G. None of them come close. None of them come halfway.
Gosh.
She was there, dude.
I'm so glad you looked into this.
She was there, dude.
Because I did hear rumors of that, and people saying the cell phone pings kind of placed her in the area.
Not kind of. They do.
They do.
They
okay.
do.
I mean, I'm glad you looked
Absolutely.
into it, because I always was curious about that.
Yep, they do. They do. Now this is interesting. I have one thing that I'm excited to show you about, just because I don't know if you've seen this before. And when I saw it, I was like, "Oh, what? That is crazy." But along the same lines as the phone, like you said, she tried to destroy a bunch of evidence. Now, giving her the best benefit of the doubt, you guys, because I'm not committing to her guilt. That's not my goal here. It's to ask questions. Maybe she wasn't with her phone. Maybe her phone got left in Chris's truck, okay? There's other things.
Oh.
Very unlikely, okay? But along the same concrete evidence with the phone here, she tried to destroy her SIM card before giving her phone to investigators. Investigators caught it. She tried to delete texts. She tried to delete photos. She tried to delete apps before giving it to the investigators. And if you watch the the interrogation or conversation is really what it was, she's literally on her phone while talking to them.
That's just why this evidence is why I have no clue why investigators didn't look into her and connect her with this
Because
crime.
they gave her protected status.
That's ridiculous.
That's essentially law enforcement making a commitment that if you tell us everything, we won't come after you. So,
but she was lying. That's the problem.
I get it.
I know they know she was lying. I just know
well,
it.
of course. I mean, this proves it in a lot of different areas, and that's not a theory. That's not a guess. Okay, and I'm not saying she's guilty. I'm just saying that sometimes people lie for a reason. Okay, and it can be just because they have emotional trauma within them, and they're an unhealthy person around these types of tendencies, and they do it to gain something emotionally. That's totally possible. But what it stands out as is needing to be looked into further.
Exactly. And her phone could not have been left there because they were having phone calls that night and the morning after. And I don't think she saw him after the murders.
So here's another really crazy thing too. For as far back as you could find, I think it's an entire year worth of cell phone history of hers, or 9 months, or you know what? I think it's 7 months. I think it's 7 months of history. They from the time she woke up, which was roughly around the same time every day, to the time she went to bed, she always made, at the very, 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 very minimum, 1 call per hour. On the morning of the murders, no calls. Nothing. No calls until 3 p.m. So from 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. So depending on what time she got up that day, whether it was 8 a.m. or 10 a.m., there's roughly between 4 to 7 hours of no calls, nothing, zero, zip, nilch, nada.
She knew something.
I think that she started driving out there and remembered the phone after the fact. She was like, oh, shoot, off. And kept it off until she went into work late at 3 p.m. that same day.
Her going into work late the day after is also, oh my gosh, huge red flag.
Yep.
Huge.
Have you heard the OxyContin concerns? How so Chris Watts admits to trying to get Shanann to have a miscarriage. And he tried to do that by drugging her with OxyContin. Really, I think it's oxycodone, not OxyContin, because you can't get OxyContin very easily. Like, you got to be on your deathbed, even in the 2018.
It's hard.
But I think it more likely was oxycodone. But they believe that it came from Nichol. Because there was a woman calling in to this clinic asking questions along the lines of what does it take, how much could cause a miscarriage, things like that, and they believe it was her. Non-recorded, but they have statement evidence that somebody was calling into this clinic and it was a woman. I know.
You know, she also made comments. The police obtained text messages from Nichol texting her friend saying that she didn't like basically that he had kids, that was kind of like a con of being with him. She wanted to be his first for kids. Did you read those statements?
No.
Okay, my memory is not wonderful, you guys, but I do remember reading those texts when they were posted during all of this, where the friend and her were texting, and she was kind of complaining a little bit and, talking about Chris and basically, like, she wanted to be his first for having kids, and him having kids was like a downside.
Dude, that is so strange and so weirdly controlling, manipulative, and just strange.
Yeah, and Chris didn't want Shanann to get pregnant again. He didn't want that. So I think the baby is what sent it over the edge. Like, great, another one. You know what I mean? More tie downs. Like, she wanted to be his first with kids. Like, it just all... From the beginning, I was putting all these pieces together.
It's like an obsessive need to fill Shanann's shoes.
Exactly.
So strange, dude.
Like obsession, jealousy,
yeah,
wanting to be his everything, wanting to be the first of everything.
Okay.
But at this point, you're adults. You're not going to be the first unless
Ready?
you guys knew each other in school.
Ready for this? And I'll have it posted on the screen for you guys.
Ready.
I didn't want to do another Chris Watts video, but I felt that this was really important. I saw this in a Facebook group, and it comes from the surveillance of the neighbor's house that morning. If you look at the picture on the right, you can see that that person seems to have breasts. Also, they seem to have long hair. Here is another photo. It's not very clear, but... here is an outline of that photo. It shows a purse on the back of that person. Looks familiar. When Lifetime did their movie, they had a documentary at the end where one of the agents said she felt the case was closed too early. We need to get them to reopen this case. Also, I got the opportunity to speak with Anna, the girl that is supposedly his girlfriend, and she claims they are not in a relationship.
Is that not insane, dude? That evidence is crazy.
Dude, if she took part in the murder of these babies and
She
this
was
pregnant
there.
woman, if she was indeed there and a part of this,
According to the
Dude.
neighbor's statements, she was there.
that is just so wrong.
I hear
Why
you.
did they give her that protection status? Why did they do that? And it's something I know everyone invested in this case has asked from the beginning, because everybody had that intuition that she was involved.
I know.
Especially after seeing her interviews with police. It was
Yep.
it was too much. You could just see contradiction after contradiction.
And here's another really big deal with the interview evidence. She strays from saying the names of Shanann,
Yep.
Bella, Celeste, or Nico.
Yep.
And that is a very, very, very common thing that we see of aggressors with victims in situations like that. So they just try and keep it as far out of their mind as they can, to where they subconsciously don't say their names.
They compartmentalize it almost.
Yep.
Yeah, and they try to
Yep.
push it to the back.
Yeah.
And if they say the name, like, it's a reminder almost.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
yeah.
they don't want that there because they want to believe that they're innocent so that they can portray that they're innocent.
Yeah. Yep. So to me, this evidence is incredible.
It is. It absolutely is.
Yeah, that video, and again, just from my experience in the cell phone industry, that's a big deal. That's a very big deal because, and the reason why it's a big deal is, can cell phones ghost ping off of towers? Yes, they can.
Okay.
But it is so unlikely with 50 towers between you and the place you're going. Where you see ghost pings at is like within range, right? Within range of a tower, a main strong wireless tower that has like 30-mile range, and you're actively using it, so there's active data going through it, and you're driving away from it, and sometimes it'll stay connected to that. If the other towers around it are really full or not as strong, they're smaller towers, things like that, it'll just stay prioritizing that one. None of these towers have the capability to go the distance from near the Watts family home to where she lives. It's impossible. Literally impossible.
Yeah, you got to post those pictures too.
Yeah.
If you guys are audio listeners, you should definitely pop over to the video to see the pictures, because Brendan, this is incredible evidence.
Like,
Yes.
this is Friedrich, and this is one of the main cell phone towers there, and you can see this covering all this area right here, and her house is like way down here, dude, nowhere even close to it.
Yeah, when we post the video, you should also post these screenshots and evidence on Twitter or something.
Yeah, absolutely. So, do I think they're going to reopen the case and look into her? I don't think so.
I hope so, but I don't think so either.
I think that she got protected witness status, and they are not going to backpedal on that, especially now. They got their guy, and it's very likely, you guys, that Chris is the one who did it, clearly. I think that the way that it was done couldn't be done by Shanann, maybe, but dude, there would be some gnarly
You mean by
fighting.
Nichol?
By Nichol, I'm sorry. By Nichol, the way that it was done couldn't be done by Nichol. It would have to be someone that was able to overpower her.
Overpower Shanann?
Yep.
Shanann was also in from a flight at
Yeah,
1 o'clock
but
that morning. She
adrenaline,
was
dude.
tired. She's
Adrenaline.
pregnant.
Yeah, but in my opinion, that would make you fight more.
I think it's more likely that Chris killed
Yep.
her. Now, when it
Because
comes
of the type of way. Now, if she was shot or a single stab wound or something like that, oh, dude, I would be willing to say, totally possible. But the way it was done is very uncommon for a woman to do to another woman.
I think it is probably Chris with Shanann, but I question the children with Nichol. I question if she could have been involved in their endings. Because that was a big problem for her.
Yeah. I don't think we'll ever know.
I hope so one day.
Yeah.
Maybe
But-
if a private investigator really looks into this and presents all the evidence to the police, they could.
Most
Maybe.
importantly, though, I want to know what you guys think. This was a viewer-requested video, and we would love to know what you think about it.
Yeah. What do you think about old Nichol?
Yeah.
And the cell phone information? That's a bombshell. And the footage from the neighbor's house.
I agree.
Is
That
it-
footage is insane. It blew me out of my seat.
Does it convince you or sway you in any way? That's what I want to know. Because
Yep.
it does me.
Yep.
And I was like 50-50 on Nichol before this.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure. It was a coin toss. But I knew that she
Absolutely.
was hiding. I didn't know why, though. I didn't know if it was like just not wanting her business aired out, if maybe she knew some things would look bad,
Yeah,
but she wasn't actually guilty. She just didn't want to look bad.
She was also searching the other mistress. What was her name again?
I guess it wasn't 50-50. I was more like 70. 70,
Yeah,
70,
so
30.
Nichol also Googled how much Amber Frey's net worth was. Amber Frey was the mistress of Scott Peterson,
Right.
who was convicted of ending his pregnant wife, Lacey Peterson. That
wanted to
is
know about the book
such
deal.
an emotional disconnection from a situation. Like, that's your concern.
It's
strange.
getting a book deal.
Yep, very strange, and just not a very common thing to see from somebody in such a stressful situation. Now, again, just to be clear, I'm not saying that she's guilty, but I do think that police totally had enough evidence here to warrant looking into her further. I really do.
I really do too. And
Yep.
I want to know why they didn't.
Yeah.
What's your opinion of why they didn't?
Yep. Share it below. Let us know.
In honor of Halloween, okay, we're going to get into some freaky, scary stuff, okay? We're talking about a real live vampire. Just kidding. He wasn't a real vampire, but he did things that were vampire-like, okay?
Ugh.
He is known as the Vampire of Hanover, Germany, or the Butcher of Hanover, Germany, or the Wolfman.
Okay.
Like, he has multiple names, but his real name is Fritz Haarmann.
Okay.
Fritz Haarmann was born October 25th in 1879. He was the youngest of 6 children and his mother's favorite child, okay? His father was a drunk.
Sounds like trouble.
His father was a drunk and had a very short temper. I believe he cheated on his mother, Fritz's mother, and he actually got syphilis. And that made his anger and, just distaste for his own children and family, it seems like, much worse. So, favored by the mom, dad was, not great. He was very angry and drunk. So, Fritz was an introvert. He had low academic performance in school. His teachers complained that he would just daydream. He wasn't very interested in school. He wasn't interested in making friends. He actually played with dolls and liked to dress up in his sister's dresses as a child, and wanted to learn to sew. Like, at home, he was like just very interested in learning to sew and, doing things that were deemed like feminine. And his father really did not like that. But his mother almost like encouraged it. So at 8 years old, he is molested by a teacher at the school. And, before this, Fritz was a very gentle little boy, much more gentle than his brothers, much more timid and shy. And then his whole personality changed after this. He almost reinvented himself, started slicking his hair back, and really concerned with his image overall. So then, at 15, he I saw contradicting information on this. He either got sent to military school or chose to go to military school. And he didn't have much interest in school from the beginning. But he thought he could have a career in the military. I heard that his father sent him to toughen him up and make him more of a man. But he actually enjoyed military school until he started basically just like blacking out and having no memory of things. And it's really strange. He got diagnosed with anxiety neurosis, which is, I believe, now an outdated term. But it was a really strange situation. So they sent him back home. And he goes home and he doesn't return to school. He starts working in his father's cigar factory. And at this time, he starts luring boys into like secluded areas and starts molesting them.
Okay.
So he eventually gets found out and gets arrested, and they do a psychiatric evaluation on him.
Kind of reminds me of Nathan Barjona.
The court orders a psychiatric evaluation, and the psychiatrist determines he was unfit to stand trial and certified him as incurably deranged, and said that he should be detained in a mental asylum indefinitely and never get out.
Oh my gosh.
So the court agrees, and they put him in a mental asylum. And then 7 months later, his mother helps him escape, and she sends him to live with some family in Switzerland. So he's there for a little while. I also heard contradicting information about this, that he met his lover in Switzerland, but I also heard that he came back home, like a year or so later and met her then. But anyway, he meets this woman, Berna Lewert, and they have a romance, and it's all great and everything, and she gets pregnant, and then shortly after they get engaged. Everything's going good, he's actually really happy and doing well in his life, but then he gets an order to fulfill compulsory military service. Like, he had to go do time in the military and fulfill that service to his country, which was Germany. So, apparently, according to him, this was the happiest time in his life, the golden era of his life. He was a really good shot with a rifle, and that was, everybody looked up to him for that. Like, he did really well in the military. It was a really good time, and then his mental illness strikes again, and he starts having these times he can't remember, these passing out, these blackouts, and he's in the hospital for 4 months, and then he's honorably discharged.
Jeez.
And they diagnose him with dementia precox, which is now considered schizophrenia. Okay. That was the earlier term of it. So after he's honorably discharged, he goes back to Hanover, Germany, his hometown, and starts working in his father's cigar factory again. And when he gets back, he finds out that his lover got an abortion. And he hadn't heard from her in a while. And, this is a big deal. This is a problem. But then when he goes back and is working in the cigar factory, him and her get together, like, things are a little rocky. She gets pregnant again, and he wants to be with her. Like, this is a shot of having a family. So, but things don't really end out working out that well with his father. Their strained relationship gets much worse. I mean, I told you his father's a drunk, has syphilis, like, is a super mean man, thought he was too feminine in some ways, It was a hard father to have. So it goes down to, like, lawsuits. Apparently, Fritz threatens to kill his father. But his father sets him and Berna up with, like, a fish business.
Okay.
And hopes that they will go be successful on their own and they can just separate, not
From
working
him.
for him anymore. Yeah. So it's going really well for them. They're doing good until Fritz starts blaming Berna of cheating on him. And she's had enough of him. And so she cancels the engagement, the business was in her name. He let her put it in her name. And he gets kicked to the street. Like, he has nothing at this point. All he has is his military pension, which is barely anything. So he starts resorting to street crimes, embezzlement, scams, burglary. And so into World War I, his crimes began to escalate. And he begins luring little boys again. So September 1918, a 17-year-old boy disappears. He ran away from home. His father's looking for him, finds out that he was friends with Fritz. And get this, Fritz was a police informant because they caught on to him with his street crimes. He agrees to give them information, and they agree to look the other way. So when the father of this boy comes to the police, they're like hesitant to look into Fritz. They're like, well, we said we would look the other way, so we're not going to look into him, you know.
Jeez.
Mistake. Horrible mistake. So, they eventually, after seeing the connections, do agree to, you know, go by his apartment and just check things out. Well, when they go to his apartment, they catch him in bed with a 13-year-old boy.
Oh.
That probably saved that little boy's life. They probably saved him.
Yeah. Jeez.
So at the time, the laws are not great. All they charge him with is indecency. Here, I have some here somewhere.
Something like lewd, whatever.
It's indecency with a minor. And they could have also charged him with a gay crime, I would assume, because it was illegal to be a homosexual in that time in Germany. This is, you know, World War I times.
Yeah.
It was illegal. So the cops determine they charge him with that, but they're like, we think this 17-year-old kid, you know, left of his own accord, so they don't look too much into it at that time anymore. Now, Fritz was a black market butcher. He was selling meat from, like, unknown sources at the time for super cheap, and the economy in Germany was not good at this time. You know, Weimar Republic, I think it was at this time, wasn't doing great. And there's also a ton of sex workers around town at this time because the economy's not doing well. Boys, girls, all kinds of people are turning to sex work to supplement income. And it was said by locals that young boys were hanging around a bar right by Fritz's apartment, that was like a typical hangout area. And that people also knew that he was taking young boys home with him, and some of those boys were never seen again.
Oh, no.
So then there was also rumors around town that he was using the young boys as meat because he was a black market butcher. And this is so much of a rumor, okay, that the children in that time period actually came up with a rhyme about him. A song.
Okay.
Wait, and it says, wait just a while, soon Haarmann will come to you too, with the little cleaver, he'll make liver sausage out of you.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, local rumor, guys.
So locals knew what was going on.
Kids are making songs about this. Like, what? So, February 1923, two local women walk into the cop station, and they're like, we want to know, is this meat pork? Is the meat he's selling pork, or is it people? So they suspected that he was selling young boys, and they saw this boy near his apartment, okay, and they thought he killed him and dismembered him, so they snuck into his apartment and found a bloody apron and a pot of like soup or something full of little pieces of meat. They stole 2 pieces of the meat, brought it to the police, and were like, tell us, is this human meat or is this pork?
Oh my gosh.
So the police are super hesitant. They're like, this is insane. Like, no way. This is insane. And they don't take it too serious, but they take it to a doctor and they're like, can you inspect this and tell us, is this human or is it pork? And he said he had a cold and he couldn't smell well, but you can clearly see that it's pork rinds.
Okay.
Who knows? Who knows? That doesn't sound super convincing to me.
No.
So the case is closed at the time on Fritz, and during this time he began dating a young man of the name of Hans. I think it was in like 1919 actually that they met each other at a train station where he used to procure boys. Hans was kind of aimless, didn't have a home, and went along with him, and let him lure him to his home with...
Sure.
Somewhere to stay and a free meal. And he stayed with him for a while, and it's thought that he helped him procure boys. He even apparently walked in on Fritz at one point with a body still on the bed and was like, what time should I come back? And because Fritz had never had somebody just accept him in his crimes and his evil ways, he did anything to keep him. Like, they were partners in crime at this point. But the police could never, officially connect him to any of the murders.
Jeez.
So,
terrifying.
I know.
Gosh.
I know. So, summer 1924, on the banks of a nearby river, kids found a skull. Some kids found a skull and they allege it was a young man's head severed from his body with a knife. Then locals hear of this and rumors are, going around town. And so the locals go down to the river and start searching the river. Tons of people flooded the river and were searching. They found over 500 remains believed to have belonged to 22 people. 30% of those remains they believe to have belonged to young men between the ages of 15 to 20, which fits his MO.
Yeah.
Fits his victimology. So, the cops can't ignore evidence anymore. They know this looks like his MO. There's tons of rumors around him. So, he gets investigated. Undercover police officers come from Berlin because he was an informant. He knew tons of the cops there. So, they had people from the outside come in. Undercover cops come in and look into him. So, they're near his apartment and they see him outside arguing with a young boy. Fritz walks right on up to him and is like, hey, arrest him. He's traveling on forged documents. They do. He's 15 years old. So the police take him in and the police Kirk is his name. He starts telling the police, I have been staying with him for several days and he has assaulted me sexually several times at knife point. So, they go search his apartment, and they find blood-stained walls.
Oh my gosh.
Just the walls are literally stained in blood. People, or he claimed animals, Fritz claimed it was animals, had been butchered there over and over and over for, a long time. So, he claims it's animals for his butchering business.
All over the walls?
Right.
Ugh.
So the police find these personal items and they decide to take them and display them at the police station and have locals come by and see if they recognize any of it. Several pieces get recognized by family members or friends of people who were missing, young boys that were missing.
Jeez.
I know. It's so sad, the police honestly didn't have everything we have now to catch somebody like this.
Yeah.
We are so lucky to have these things now.
We are. Because, there's tons of true crime stories of there being a serial ender who has hundreds, dozens of victims because they didn't have what we have now.
I know. It's incredible, honestly, what we have now. And it can be used for good, but it can also be used for bad. And, even though there are holes in some of the forensic, technologies we have now, and sometimes they're not super reliable, they're still incredible and can be so... Oh my gosh, my tooth just fell out. God damn it. even though there can be problems and holes in evidence, even though there can be problems and holes in evidence, you know, like we see in the Kohberger case, and we have questions, you know, they can still be super reliable in some cases, and they're super helpful. Like,
They are.
oh my gosh, this guy probably would have been caught if he existed now.
One piece of evidence doesn't close a case. It's
a
when someone's
combination.
guilty, you're gonna find more than one piece of evidence. There's no such thing as a perfect crime. There's no such thing as a perfect case.
Exactly. And I think that they had to collect so much more, I think, in this case, like, over time. That's what was damning in the end, is, like, how many accounts of people seeing things, how many people were missing, the personal items, the bloodstained walls. It just became hard to ignore at that point. But anyway, so they arrest him. And police lock him up, and they used really, like, unethical ways of trying to get him to confess. And I have here a quote from NDR that says, 4 skulls are fastened to the corners of Haarmann's cell. The eye sockets were covered with red paper, and there is a burning candle behind them. A sack of bones is also placed in a corner of the cell. Haarmann is persuaded that the souls of the dead would take him. He was also beaten during his interrogation. So they're trying to, like, scare and, you know, beat a confession out of him. So, he ends up confessing July 1924. He's 44 years old at this point, and he confesses to killing more than 20 men while intoxicated, like, with sex. Sexually intoxicated. He claimed he would lure them, you know, to his home with, like, a free meal and a place to stay, have, you know, sex with them, and that he didn't mean to kill them. He would just, you know, like, have so much desire.
Oopsie.
Right. He would have so much desire that he would bite into their Adam's apple and through it.
Oh my gosh.
Literally, like, in most cases, severing their trachea.
Oh.
That, he called it his love bite.
He even had a name for it?
Yep. That's why he was deemed the vampire, the butcher, the wolfman. That's why he has all these names, because he was a butcher, and they suspect he sold these young boys meat, you know, their bodies as meat, and also he would bite their necks.
That's disgusting.
And if they weren't dead after him doing that, he would then strangle them.
Yeah, that's just disgusting. I can't even imagine somebody... no matter how drunk you are, no matter how loaded you are, no matter how amped up you are, it just doesn't make sense.
What is this fixation with the Adam's apple? That's so strange.
I have no clue. To me, I understand how sociopaths become serial enders and so on, but I don't ever understand why they fixate on these certain obsessions that they do, like their victim MO or something like that. Sometimes you can connect, like, past trauma to, oh, okay, that happened to them, and they're replaying that. But, like, something random like that, where did that come from?
I know.
What?
I mean, he was molested as an 8-year-old by a teacher. I wonder if that teacher was male or female. Maybe male. You know, he had a wife. Like, he wanted kids. You know, his father was super mean to him. His mom encouraged his, like, more feminine, you know, interests. I don't know what could make you fixate on an Adam's apple specifically, except for the fact that it's inherently a male trait.
Yeah.
And maybe it's something he just found attractive. I don't understand, but
it doesn't
it's
change
really
the
strange.
fact that, like,
and he was
biting?
schizophrenic, you know, according to today's standards. It's very possible he was schizophrenic.
Biting through skin, like,
I know.
that makes my gag reflex start
Trust me, I know.
It's gnarly stuff.
Yeah, it's just horrific how these young boys died, and it makes me so incredibly sad for them. there were so many chances for him to be off the streets. Like, he literally got sentenced to a life in an asylum and is out on the streets doing this till he's 40-something. 44.
Fail.
I know.
Yeah.
Seriously. So, after he confesses, he tells the police that he has a teenager, young boy's head hid behind his stove, wrapped in paper. They go find it. There's literally pictures of them looking for it. And he said he didn't know exactly how many he killed. At one point he said it was 20. At one point he said it was more like 40 to 50. And then he later said it was like 70. So I think it is presumed that his numbers are in like this. It's around 70.
Gosh.
So his behavior in court was really strange. He showed no remorse. He would smoke cigars. He was like very disrespectful to the victims and their memories. He saw them nothing more as doll boys, which was a term back then for a prostitute, like a male prostitute, or, young boys in this case.
With...
He believed they deserved death almost, like... I know.
Jeez, dude.
So, Hans, his lover, was sentenced to death by guillotine, and so was Fritz. But Hans later won his appeal and got life instead of execution. 4 months later, after the trial had ended, April 15th, 1925, is the day of his execution. And this was by guillotine. So he made this statement before his execution. Often after I had killed, I pleaded to be put away in a military asylum, but not a madhouse. If Granz had really loved me, which I'm assuming, is that Hans? What's Granz mean? I'm not sure. He would have been able to save me. Believe me, I'm not ill. It's only that I occasionally have funny turns. I want to be beheaded. It'll only take a moment, then I'll be at peace.
Weird.
Super weird.
So almost like he was battling his own...
I don't know if Granz meant his lover Hans? Like,
I don't know.
Maybe that's the way it's spelled in German or something.
Maybe.
I don't know.
That's strange, though.
I know. It is weird. So that day he was beheaded by guillotine, and then his brain was sent off to a research center, and it was kept for a really long time. But they discovered he had meningitis, which they think could have caused swelling that led to behavioral problems.
Wild.
Yeah, but his head was kept for a long time.
Well.
And then it was cremated finally. I don't remember the year it was cremated, but this case is really interesting. It makes me wonder. I want to know more about his childhood.
Yeah.
Like, what led him to have this fixation. It's also interesting because it takes place back in the Weimar Republic when, being gay and trans was still legal, but they had the first trans and gay research institute and clinic. There was a lot going on politically back then. And he did have a charge actually at one point that was, I forget the name of it, but it's being charged with being gay or something. He was caught in some situation.
It was probably left up to cops' discretion.
It was. It definitely was.
Yeah.
But it also makes me wonder about his mental diagnoses, because they didn't have the terms back then that we have now. They didn't have the understanding, the knowledge. Meningitis. That was a strange thing for me.
Yeah, to research.
Yeah. I didn't... Meningitis, I guess, back then wouldn't be as easily curable because they didn't have antibiotics.
No, yeah. Yes, correct.
But I didn't think meningitis was something you could just have for years. I thought it was something if you don't get treatment pretty quickly, you die. So I'm thinking...
maybe it came at the very end?
Right,
then?
while he was already in prison or something. Because It just doesn't really make sense to me.
Yeah,
I didn't think it was
maybe.
something you could just have her a long extended period of time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I
It's
don't know
super
enough.
deadly,
I don't know
untreated.
enough of meningitis to know if it's something that can last for a long time. So 1 in 5 people surviving an episode of bacterial meningitis may have long-lasting after effects.
There's also viral meningitis. I know that. Strange, though. It's a really strange case. Just demented. And
It's super demented.
super, super demented. I just honestly, I don't even know what to think. Like, I'm so curious about how this happened. Why the police would keep turning their backs on it. I don't care if he's an informant. Like, little boys are going missing.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean,
you have direct evidence that he could be involved.
doubt is a pretty powerful thing. And if he is in close contact with them, which is like serial killer MO, serial killer 101, where killers insert themselves into cases, into investigations, into searches and things like that, he could have been manipulating him. Maybe he was a very manipulative person in a successful
Cunning.
way. Yeah,
Charismatic.
that was able to keep the cops off him. Joke about
Can you
it.
have
haha.
schizophrenia and be, like, cunning and charismatic, though?
Who knows? I think that each person
Without medication?
I think that each person is such a unique and separate person that anybody could be any mix of things. I don't know.
I think serial killers are also, like, a very new thing. Like, a lot of people think of it as, like, from the 60s to, like, the 90s, we had a ton. And it
Yeah.
kind of became a new thing to worry about. But it also makes me curious how many serial killers have existed over time. Like, major ones. Like, Jack the Ripper's the first one we know of, I think.
Mm-hmm.
How common was it where they didn't know? Because you also have people like parents, grandparents saying the world was so safe when we were kids. But
Yeah.
was it? Or did you just not know about it?
Yeah, because no phones.
Exactly.
Yep.
But I want to know what you guys think about this case. Super creepy.
It is creepy. Let us
And-
know.
Yeah, that was the Vampire or Butcher of Hanover.
Yeah. All right, here. So, this one is also a spooky one, but in a very different way. It is in a way or a suspect that we haven't ever dug into before. So, this is the ghost women of the 1920s.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm
so,
curious.
circa 1900s, okay? And when I say that, I mean anywhere between 1900 to 1920, at least for this first part of the story. America was growing. It was a time of creating new things, of finding new things. You had all kinds of inventions coming out. Edison doing crazy things, Tesla doing crazy things. And, it was all kinds of new stuff. They were developing the periodic table during that time.
Industrial Revolution times.
Yep, the Industrial Revolution. Also a time for war, but there was this new chemical that was out, all right? And it was such a craze that people were putting it in everything. So they were putting it in their cosmetics. They were putting it in their lipstick. They were putting it in their milk. They even had put it in jock straps because they believed this chemical was so great, you guys, so great that it would improve men's sexual drive.
Oh, gosh.
And lasting and things like that. So, there was, it was in toothpaste. It was in...
So everyone was just getting poisoned. Literally everybody.
Day spas. And what they would do is the women or men would come in there and they would go and hang out in the water and come out glowing, okay? So what was making them glow? It was a chemical known as radium, which was a semi-new chemical, and because it was in literally every healthcare product and every makeup product, well, the higher end ones, it wasn't uncommon on a New York night to be walking down the road and see a woman literally glowing.
What?
No, literally glowing. So, her skin glowing, or her lips glowing, or, her eyeshadow glowing, something of that nature. So, what exactly was radium? So, in 1989, Marie Curie and her husband Pierre found this chemical, and it is radium is a chemical element with the symbol Ra and atomic number 88. It is the sixth element in group 2 of the periodic table, also known as the alkaline earth metals. So it is found in earth. Pure radium is silvery white, but it readily reacts with nitrogen rather than oxygen upon exposure to air, forming a black surface layer of radium nitride. All isotopes of radium are radioactive. All of it is radioactive. The most stable isotope being radium-226 with a half-life of 1,600 years. When radium decays, it emits ionizing radiation as a byproduct, which can excite fluorescent chemicals and cause radioluminescence. So, it glows, in short, all right?
Yeah, radioactive, like glowing.
Yeah, so it glows. It's fluorescent.
Scary.
But who were these ghost women? Well, there was... It wasn't uncommon in the early 1900s, with the wars raging on, with the World War raging on, that women were getting jobs in factories, all right? But
right.
The downside of that is women weren't getting paid very good, all right? So when radium had come out, there was a doctor who wanted to do a whole bunch of testing with it, was literally blown away, blown off the map, was in complete shock and awe over the stuff. And that doctor's name was Dr. Sabin A. von Sashaki? I don't know. Sashaki? Inventor of a radium paint used to illuminate watch dials. Oh, I'm sorry. I need to back up from that. So, because he wanted to do a bunch of healthcare exams and tests and everything else, he realized that he needed funding for that, which ultimately led him to take his radium, mix it into paint, and come up with this amazing glowing paint. And dude, this guy was obsessed with radium. So, he walked around everywhere with radium in a glass vial in his pocket. Like, obsessed. Any chance he got, he would sit back in his chair and just look at it, stare at it. He literally always had it with him. Yeah, so... I
mean, I guess it would be pretty incredible when they never had anything like this before.
No,
this is
they
totally
didn't.
new.
Some chemical out of the earth that once oxygen hits it, it glows.
Yeah,
well, not oxygen, it's nitrogen, but there's nitrogen in our air, which is causing it to glow.
It would be absolutely incredible. It would be like magic.
It would be like magic, so it makes sense, right? So What did this guy do with it? He wanted to fund his medical research, so he came up with the paint, okay? And that paint was then used for science-based painting. Like, what I mean by that is when the war's going on, you're in the trenches, okay? And in the trenches, it is completely dark. You don't want light because snipers and people on the other side of the battlefield can see you and know where to shoot.
Right.
And normally there's people up top watching the battlefield, and there's other people on the other side watching the battlefield. You're watching each other. And the first person to see some movement over there, they're going to shoot them. So you can't have a fire. That's too bright. So they started using radium. They started putting radium in glass vials and walking around, and it illuminated just enough to be able to see things where they were going. Maybe they needed to put it on the ground because that was an entrance to where they slept. You know what I mean? There's all kinds of uses, but the real big uses started coming once they realized they can put it on watches. So if you needed to know what time it was at night, you could see your dial. They had, 1 through 12 and the hands painted.
Nice.
Well, they needed people to paint these, and all our men are off at war. There is women that are lining up to take over the previously male jobs.
In the factories.
Yeah, to get a wage. Now, what was nice about this is this job, from everything that I did research on, paid 3 times what every other factory job did. And it was looked at as a cushy job. You got to sit on a chair at a desk all day long and get paid for every watch face that you painted. It seemed like a dream job to most of these women. Well, the technique that they were using, because think of a watch dial on your wrist that is so tiny, they would have these little baby brushes, all right? And they would have to paint really quick on these little baby brushes, and after you were painting for a while, the brush would start to fray. So what they would do is, it was called lip pinning, I think.
Right. You take the brush between your lips and you squish it like you...
Yes.
Yeah, you would just squish it between your lips to make it go to a point again.
Lip pointing. It was called lip pointing. And it was actually instructed by the factory to do this. So all the women would, paint a third or a half of their watch, and their brush bristles would start to fray a little bit. So they would dip it in the water, dip it in the paint, or dip it in the water, and then do the lip pointing, and then dip it in the paint and continue painting. And they did that over and over and over a day, probably putting the brush, hundreds of times in their mouth. Well, there are 5 women that we're going to be focusing on here that actually got dubbed the Radium Girls because of this. And this is an awful true crime story, literally horrible. And it almost doesn't sound real, honestly. And these 5 women was Catherine Schaub, Grace Fryer, Quinta Magia, Albina Magia, and Edna Hussman. And I'm sure I hacked at least a couple of those. So, but in 1918, Catherine starts breaking out with lots of pimples. So let me back up. So these 5 women had been working in the factory for a year before this time. So we're kind of fast tracking past all that part. They had been sitting there on their chairs doing their lip pointing with the watch faces and painting and dipping and paint and painting and dipping and paint. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they had been there for about a year, all right? And all 5 of these women. Now, Catherine in 1918 starts to break out with a whole bunch of pimples. And not only that, but as she was at work, she also noticed some of the other women breaking out in a whole bunch of pimples. And noticed that some had some like redness around the mouth and things like that. And So she goes to see a doctor to find out what's going on. And these women have already been in this factory for, over a year, not to mention the women that were there before them. And this doctor does an in-depth diagnosis onto her and said that it's due to hormones because of her age, because she was 15 years old. So...
What? She was only 15?
Yes, she was only 15.
Oh my gosh, that's so sad.
Yes, it is awful.
She's literally poisoning herself.
Yep. So, but one funny thing is today, as a woman, you wouldn't go to your doctor and just be written off for hormones anymore. That's such an awful thing.
I mean, you could be. You still could be. But
it's not the
with
same.
pimples, but it's not exactly the same. But they also didn't understand the dangers back then.
Yeah, but it's not the same, and that's not how they meant it. So
Okay.
You're thinking to evolved like today. That is not how they meant it whatsoever back then.
Yeah, it's
that
true.
was the go-to women sign-off. So when a woman was too smart, when a woman was too successful, when a woman was sick and needed help or support, when a woman needed anything other than to not say anything and do whatever she was told, everyone wrote them off as being hormonal. Yep. So she went back to work and continued noticing these things standing out among her peers. Okay, now in a few months later, she noticed she was having a toothache. Okay. So a little bit more severe, right? And she goes to see a doctor, and this doctor checks her blood, tries to find out what is going on, and they run a whole bunch of tests on her, and this doctor believes that she was having phosphorus poisoning, something called Fossy jaw, okay? Because remember, she's having pimples, she's having tooth pain, some uncomfortability, some tiredness, redness, things like that. So the doctor, like I said, does an in-depth, I guess, panel for that time, but determines that it's phosphorus poisoning, and explains to her that the term that they use is called Fossy jaw, and essentially what it will do is with phosphorus poisoning, it will degrade and eat your bones so much with the consumption of phosphorus that it will literally make your jaw fall off. So she's super concerned about this.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, she's super concerned about this. So she goes back to her work because these women aren't told what's in this, right, when they're painting. They're trained a certain way to do it, to get the best work possible, and to just continue their work day in and day out. So she brings these concerns to the manager. She tells all her friends about it. That manager says, "Oh no, it's completely safe. This is completely safe in the warehouse. This paint, this radium paint. But thank you for telling me that. I'm sure that it's just hormones." And he takes it up to his manager and lets him know about the complaint. He takes it up to his manager, lets him know about the complaint. And he takes it up to his manager, lets him know about the complaint, and what ends up happening is Dr. Sabin, who, due to everything that had been going on with the success of the company, with the use of radium, with the radium being in all these different products, was looked at like a superstar, literally. So for Dr. Sabin to come into their plant and have a coaching session with them was super uncommon, and everyone there was like shocked, amazed that Dr. Sabin was here. But he essentially told them that, look, there's no phosphorus in any of this. We aren't using phosphorus, so I'm not sure what your doctor told you, but it's wrong. And they go on their way, right? And they ask at one point about the about the paint and the glowing paint, and he does end up letting them know that, you know, what you're painting with, it's been known that in large quantities, okay, super large quantities, that it can make you sick, it can make you ill, but because of how little we use here, you have nothing to worry about. And it made all these women feel better, and they just went right back to their job essentially. Ugh. And yeah.
Why didn't at that point, why the heck didn't they just use something else to point the brush? Like, you could literally use, like, a sponge.
A piece of paper.
Or a piece of paper or anything. Just, you don't have to use your lips.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to do that. So if there's even a chance, why?
I guess here's a good time to insert this, okay? So for the rest of the story, because the rest of the story just gets super gnarly. So both of these people knew about the dangers of this. So this Dr. Sabin, as he is here giving this statement, telling these women that that paint is completely safe, at one time got some radium under his fingernail. Accidentally while handling it. It started burning so badly under his fingernail that he cut off his finger.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Now, Dr. Sabin had also talked with the founder of this product and Pierre had said that he would never be in the same room with the stuff. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Anyways, these
Gross.
women, I agree. These women went back to work, okay, and...
you mean these young teenagers?
Well, they were all ages. They were all different ages here, but yes, there were quite a few young teenagers, but...
Kids.
They went back to work, and the war essentially ended, and this industry blew up, man. Everybody wanted to watch, and what's interesting is they went from about 50 workers on the factory floor to about 200 workers on the factory floor, and continued using this lip pointing way of controlling the brush, you know. And everyone started wanting these watches. So the doctor who owned this company had dropped his interest in working with the medical aspects of this chemical and focused solely on the watch aspects and was led by the money. They even went to 7-day work weeks. So now these women are required to work 7 days a week using this lip pointing service. Well, of course, their health started getting much, much, much worse. And one of these women that we talked about in the beginning, Molly Maggia, in 1921, she went to the dentist with a bad tooth, okay? The dentist pulls the tooth, which is what they would do in 1921, and sends her on her way. It doesn't get better. The pain actually gets worse and gets far worse. So she ends up going back to her dentist to have it pulled again, or to have it checked out again. And the dentist is blown away, shocked that it hasn't healed at all. And it's actually worse. And he can't explain why. Doesn't understand why. So he sends her to a different dentist. And she gets sent to a Dr. Joseph Neff, which is a mouth expert, like focuses on diseases and things like that, and was, after doing the examination, realized that she had sores literally all over her entire jaw, all over her mouth, like in her ears and everything, and had no idea what it was, so instructs her to come back once a week to get checked out. Well, it just gets worse and worse and worse and worse, and at one point he believes that she has syphilis. He's like, absolutely, it's syphilis, 100%, that's what it is. And why I point that out is because during all this drama, this company kept trying to lean into the fact that all these women had syphilis from, like, they were trying to suggest they were sleeping together or being ridiculous, like hormonal, you know what I mean? Just ridiculous stuff. But
trying to pass it off as anything other than their product, their factory and company's
not
fault.
Anything. They were trying to do it in a really shady, mean way that when people back then who had syphilis were like pushed out of
A
society.
misogynistic type way, too.
Yeah, absolutely. By
yes,
embarrassing them.
And syphilis was, they were definitely shunned.
Yeah.
There was no cure.
Yeah.
And it made people crazy.
Yep.
And
sure
have
did.
sores and everything.
But so she keeps coming back, and ultimately she gets bad really quick, dude. From the first time that she sees him, 3 months later, she is bedridden.
Oh my gosh.
She ends up having to quit her job. Her entire mouth is one big infection, and it spreads to her throat, and it spreads to her jugular vein, and starts eating away at the tissue of her.
Oh my god.
Of her veins in her neck. So she ends up passing away. Within 2 more years, 12 more women die in very similar circumstances and way. Nothing is looked into this, and these women know something is wrong, okay? But one woman ends up coming forward, Grace Fryer, who had ended up leaving that industry and became a bank teller, but she was getting sick in the same way that everyone else did. And all of them noticed that it started with a toothache. There was just this unexplainable disease that started with a toothache and just progressively got worse from there.
She got sick after quitting?
Yeah, oh yeah. So, yes. So, this Dr. Joseph Neff was a specialist for this area, so he ended up seeing a lot of these women, all right? And he started putting things together because he couldn't explain it. What is going on here? I don't get it. I've never seen anything like this before. He ends up asking his peers around the country if they've ever seen anything like this before. And 2 other doctors had, and it just so happens to be near the other plants in the country. So
factories.
Yep, he starts putting it together, okay, and goes to the radium factory and tries doing some research and is not able to get anything out from him because he's told that it's a top secret paint. He's not allowed to know what the ingredients are, but they will tell him that it's not phosphorus because it looks like phosphorus poisoning. So he has no idea what to do. He knows something's wrong. They end up including a scientist from Harvard. That scientist does a whole bunch of research into this and finds out that, hey, it is actually the radium, and there has been radium everywhere, radium dust powder, before they put the water in it because it comes in a powder. Once you open that powder container, it literally goes everywhere. So they were exposed to radium the entire time. And what's interesting is the higher-ups, as they're walking through factories and doing factory visits, they were wearing protective clothing. And these women were trained to lip point the brushes. Now, once you have radiation poisoning, there is no stopping it. So every woman that did this ever, even if she left in 6 months and got another job, was ultimately impacted by this. So there are no for sure numbers here, but it is believed that the people of this company and this doctor essentially murdered hundreds of people doing this, all for the cause of money. Yeah.
So did they ever get in trouble?
No, they never got in trouble. What ultimately ended up happening was that they sued them and they settled. And each woman got what would be compared to today about $1.5 million. And none of them lived to spend it.
Right, they all died.
They all died.
It went to their families.
They all died a gruesome, horrible death. Now, just to give you guys an example of how bad this was without going like too deep into their stories or anything, most of these women had to go to this court case literally being rolled in on a bed, on a hospital bed or pushed in a wheelchair. Some of the effects was their spines were deteriorating. They were unable to walk. They had no padding in between the bones in their spines. Now, another interesting fact to this is our bodies mistake radium for calcium. So when they're licking this, their body is not only getting ripped apart. I don't know if you guys know what radiation does, but the best way to think of it is microscopic bullets, okay, that go through everything, literally everything. And they're just constantly microscopic bullets ripping holes in you. And that's the best description I was given that helped me understand exactly like what was going on here. Why does it cause tumors? Why does it cause growths? Why does it cause holes and things like that? Because it is just microscopic, tiny, indestructible bullets that are ripping through everything around it. But as they're licking these, their body is absorbing it and putting it in all their bones.
Right.
Their whole body.
Because it mistakes it as calcium.
Exactly. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of women, as their men are off in war, fighting for the country. This idiot was back home taking advantage of them for the sake of money. You know, when the Harvard scientists came out and asked, what's his face, Dr. Sabian, Dr. Sabian admitted he knew. And then when he was asked, well, why haven't you said anything? Why did you continue doing this? He told them that these girls were not under his jurisdiction, not under his part of the company.
What?
Yeah. Right?
Didn't he do like some kind of workshop or visit with them?
Yes, he did.
Right.
So if anything, like why I wanted to highlight this is, you know, it's not as simple as like a serial killer, but it's just as detrimental to society and people and women.
It's evil.
When corporations being driven by one single evil man that was highlighted as one of the greatest people ever to walk this earth, was so focused on the money and such a lack of humanity. The amount of people hurt by this was tenfold what most serial killers can even dream of.
Yeah.
The after effects of this were so insane. Not to mention, like, I just can't believe that.
Did any of these women birth children while they were?
That's not something that's talked about. But I will tell you that once they started licking the paintbrush, none of them lived past like 6 years or something. Like, it is a insanely quick death.
And when you're radioactive to other people you touch too. So
You
you're
are.
technically poisoning them too. It may be lower amounts, but like if they had kids at home, if they had a husband, like.
So these same scientists did research on the bodies as they were passing away. And Molly was one of them, the one that went to see that Dr. Joe right in the beginning, one of the first ones that sparked his interest in this and trying to figure it out, find out why. When they did testing on her bones, they found her bones had lethal amounts of radium. Her bones literally glowed.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Now, I couldn't find confirmation of this, but according to another content creator, which I probably should have wrote the name down, but I'll probably post a picture here. She said that she found confirmation that one of the women went in to see a doctor one time and her literal jaw, like, fell out of her mouth, dude.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. This is a heinous act. Horrible.
So
and the
bad.
only thing that they had to do was pay, what would it have been? Like like $6.5–7 million worth. And this was one of the biggest companies in the entire world.
Yeah, so that was like nothing for them.
Yeah, so it was like nothing. And they denied it. They tried to scare these women. They tried to tell America that these women were just hormonal and sleeping with each other, and they all had syphilis, and no one should listen to them. And once these other doctors and scientists got involved, they couldn't hide from it anymore, and the nation caught on to it. So it's just a really tragic, sorry story in one of the worst ways that I could think someone could die.
I know.
Dude.
It had to be so painful and awful.
And in true crime, we look at serial killers a lot, but this sounds so much worse.
Yeah.
So much worse.
I don't know if it's worse. It's pretty bad though.
When I'm thinking of worse, I'm thinking the overall, right? There are so many people that ended up losing their life, and every single one of them was in the worst way possible. These women were in horrible, 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 horrible pain. They could feel everything. Every nerve was on fire. Infections on their entire head and upper
Very
body.
slow
and
death.
It wasn't that slow. 5 years
for that much pain, dude.
Yeah.
That is slow. Are you kidding me? It's not as instantaneous as you're dead in a few hours, or right away. It's literally prolonged suffering.
And the half-life is 1,600 years. You know that there's this. Supposedly, if you get like a Geiger counter and you go to their graves, it'll go off.
I bet.
That's scary stuff, man.
Yeah.
But I'd love to know what you guys think about it. I thought it was super interesting. I thought it was super sad.
It is sad.
Supposedly, this helped pave the way for OSHA. So, at least in stories like this, I always try and look for the positive. And, there is no positive of the actual crime that happened here, the actual travesty that happened here. But OSHA coming out of it is a positive, at least, because we tried to fix it and make sure this couldn't happen again. Obviously, there's been tons of other corporations that have taken advantage of people, but I feel like at least we tried to learn from it.
Safety standards are really important.
Yeah.
Super important, especially in labor like this and factories and things like that. But that is a positive that more regulation came out of it.
I think they knew right away, and that's why they paid triple.
Probably.
I haven't seen somebody connect that, but why? For a job that's less strenuous, for a job that is working with a chemical where most of these women were like, oh my gosh, please, I would have worked here for free with radium because of how expensive it was and everything. You know they had radium milk?
Yeah.
What? The radium jock straps are ridiculous. What is the point?
A glowing jock strap?
Yeah, dude. It's crazy. How
many people were poisoned by radium back then? But I think you're right. When you said they were paid triple, I was like, right away I was thinking, did they know?
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
'Cause why?
I mean, you said he got that thing stuck under his fingernail. I think he knew.
Yeah.
I think he did.
Yep. But let us know what you think. Have you seen this movie? 'Cause I haven't. I know there's a movie.
I have.
You have? Oh, I know there's a movie.
It's good.
Is it?
Yeah.
But this is super interesting and super sad and absolutely a true crime. So I'd love to know what you guys think. And, leave it in the comments below.
Yeah, and this concludes episode 14.
Yes.
Of True Crime Full Time.
Yes, True Crime Full Time, the True Crime Talk Show.
What? This is ThoughtRiot Podcast.
Yeah.
Not the talk show.
We're like the same.
It's okay.
But
I thought the live stream was the talk show.
it is technically.
Okay.
But yeah, this is ThoughtRiot Podcast. Make sure that you guys do all the podcast things and hit that like button. Leave us a comment. Leave us some love. Let us know how you feel about the show. If you want a case covered, reach out to us. Our email is ContactThoughtRiot@gmail.com. The Discord invite is here. We want to... One thing that I can't believe I forgot, but I wanted to give a shout out to everybody that was in our live stream last night. It was amazing. I wish I would have remembered this in the beginning. But we have like 50 new members, mainly from one of our members, Michael, and Ian and Caroline, who gave to a whole bunch of new members, and it was just amazing.
Especially Michael.
Yeah,
he gave a lot.
Michael.
But everyone contributed, and it was a fun time. We had a little gifting party, and we just love the support. It's awesome to see people like what we're doing here, want to be a part of the community, and be invested. Because we're absolutely invested in you guys.
Yes.
But yeah, our live streams are from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Central Standard Time, Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday every week. We're there. Come join us.
Yes, come hang out.
And if you made it to the end, drop some vampire teeth and a turtle in the comments.
Yes.
I want to know you made it to the end. Or in your review. If you leave a review, I'll know which podcast you just listened to.
Yes,
which
absolutely.
episode. But we appreciate all of you. And, you know, hit up some of our social medias. Discord. Invite link is posted in the news ticker on the screen, or it'll be in the description of this episode. Come join us. I have made an investigations forum on our Discord where we post evidence, we chat, we have a good time. And happy Halloween. It's spooky season. Get into the mood because we love it.
Yes, absolutely. And we appreciate all of you.
Hope you like our costumes. If you don't, oh well.
Let us know. All right, that is it. That's a wrap. We are out. Thought Riot out. See you next time, next week.
Bye.
Bye.